calling the Moore County Board of Education into session. Is there a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to the proposed agenda, item 1?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. We'll go ahead and go into closed session. We expect to be back at 5:30. Calling the Moore County Board of Education back into session. Is there a motion to secure from closed session and go to open session?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Caldwell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That was the go out of closed session and go into open session. Okay, so we're now in open session. Okay, at this point, let's deal with the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the proposed agenda? So moved by Mr. Benway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so at this point in time, let me call on Heather Stewart, our Innovation and Special Projects Coordinator, for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening.
Stand.
Please stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And now at this point, let me call on Dr. Lisa Scott, our Director for Federal Programs and CTE for our inspiration.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Scott.
The new school year is upon us, a time filled with fresh notebooks, crisp pencils, and the promise of exciting adventures in learning. For parents, it can be a time of both excitement and nervousness as you see your children embark on a new chapter. For students, it can be a mix of anticipation and butterflies, new faces, new challenges, and new opportunities. Let's all embrace this new beginning together. Students, this is your year to shine. Whether you're mastering a difficult subject, making new friends, or discovering a hidden talent, this year is full of possibilities. Embrace the challenges and celebrate your achievements. Parents, curiosity is your superpower. Ask questions, explore new ideas, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. That's how we learn and grow the most. Find your people. Surround yourself with positive, supportive friends who share your interests and inspire you to be your absolute best. Parents, be your child's biggest cheerleader. Show your support and celebrate their efforts, big or small. Communication is key. Talk to your child about their day, their goals, and any challenges they might be facing. Be a listening ear and a source of guidance. We are all in this together. Connect with other parents, teachers, and the school community. Building a strong support network benefits everyone. Remember, we're all on a learning journey. This year, let's all strive to be a little more curious, a little more supportive, and a little braver. Together, we can make it a fantastic school year.
Thank you very much. And now let me go to our vice chair for a moment of silence.
Well, before the moment of silence, I was going to go down the road that Miss Lisa Scott took us on, but she did much better than I did. So just as we go into a time of prayer and reflection and a moment of silence, as the new school year is going, there's so much excitement and trepidation. Just keep those things in your mind and join me in just a moment, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And at this point in time, is it Mr. Batchelor? Oh, okay. calling Dr. Locklear for our recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Good evening again, board members. I have the distinct honor this evening of introducing our new principals at several of our schools who've already begun their work at those schools, but I have the distinct honor of recognizing them tonight. As I call your name, if you would please come forward for the opportunity to recognize you. And Brian's going to be the one who really doesn't like me because he can stand up here the longest. But if you'll stand up the entire time that we're recognizing you, so at the end we can get a group photo and have an opportunity for the board to thank you and recognize you as well. So first, Mr. Brian Williams. Brian, our new principal at Carthage Elementary School. Mr. Williams is a distinguished educational leader. He has a robust background in school administration and classroom teacher. He served as, most recently, as assistant principal at West Pine Middle School, where he oversaw building operations, provided instructional leadership for the staff and the student body. He holds a graduate certificate in school leadership from Appalachian State University, a Master of Science in Education from Dickinson University, and a bachelor's degree in elementary education from Thiel College. He brings an extensive experience in implementing professional development, managing budgets, driving school improvement initiatives, and he's played key roles on various school improvement instructional teams. He's coordinated summer school programs, served as an athletic director. So obviously his commitment to fostering academic excellence and supporting student success has been consistently recognized throughout his career. Mr. Brian Williams, our new principal at Carthage Elementary School. Next, Ms. Renee Robbins. Ms. Robbins? Renee is an accomplished educational leader with an extensive experience serving as an assistant principal within Moore County Schools, a teacher, and instructional coach. The list goes on and on. Her strong background in administration and teaching includes working strongly with professional learning teams, designing and implementing school improvement plans. She's managed school-wide schedules and disciplines. In her former role, she served as middle school athletic coordinator and an instructional support facilitator, where she provided essential support to teachers in meeting their academic needs and professional development goals. Ms. Robbins holds a Master of Education in Administration and Supervision from Liberty University, a Master of Education in Elementary Education from the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, and a Bachelor's of Arts degree from St. Andrews Presbyterian College. She is dedicated to fostering student achievement and enhancing educational practices, and she's consistently demonstrated her commitment both to the success of students and to educators. So we're very happy to have Ms. Robbins leading Robbins Elementary School. Congratulations. Ms. Jamie Burr. Ms. Burr is our new principal at Connect Academy. She took that leadership role on in the spring. She's an dedicated educational leader with a strong commitment to fostering student success through creating positive and engaging learning environments. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education and Language Arts from Central Michigan University and a Master's in School Administration from the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. She most recently, prior to being the principal at Connect Academy, served as assistant principal at Southern Middle School in Aberdeen. She demonstrated a proven track record in instructional leadership, curriculum development, and staff management. And she also served as athletic director and instructional support facilitator in her past roles, highlighting her versatility and dedication to educational excellence. So we're excited to have Jamie leading the Connect Academy. Congratulations, Jamie. Mr. Matthew McLean, if you'll come join us up front. We're excited to have Mr. McLean leading West Pine Elementary School. He's a seasoned educational leader. That's what I say about myself too, Matt. I'm seasoned. Yeah, I'm seasoned. He is a seasoned educational leader with extensive experience in school administration and teaching. He comes to us from Sampson County, being principal of Clement Elementary School for 4 years there. He oversaw all aspects of school management and successfully fostered a positive school culture. He also has previous roles that include being assistant principal and athletic director at Cape Fear High School and assistant principal at J.R. Ingham Elementary School. He holds a master's in school administration from Fayetteville State University, has completed the executive intern program at Sandhills Leadership Academy, and earned a Bachelor of Arts in History from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. He's eager to bring his expertise and dedication to his new role leading West Pine Elementary School. We're glad to have you here, Matt. Congratulations. Lastly, Mr. Jeremy Swafford. Jeremy? Jeremy joins us transitioning from being the principal at Connect Academy to now being our principal at West Pine Middle School. He took over that role last spring. He's a seasoned educator with over 20 years of experience here in Moore County Schools. He briefly, as I noted, previously served as a principal of Connect Academy. He's got a strong track record of developing high-quality educational programs, fostering positive school communities. He's skilled in managing interdisciplinary teams, spearheading new initiatives, cultivating positive school cultures. He's been particularly adept at driving change management initiatives and crafting innovative educational strategies to enhance student success. Jeremy really helped build the Connect Academy, so we certainly appreciate that with his team. And I know Jamie appreciates that as she takes over and continues to lead that and take it even further. Currently, Jeremy is pursuing a doctorate in educational leadership from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, focusing his dissertation on the impact of teacher perception data on school leadership and performance. He also holds a Master in School Administration and Master's in Social Studies Education from the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, as well as his Bachelor's of Science in History from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. And so we're excited to have Jeremy now as the principal of West Pine Middle School. Congratulations, Jeremy. Please join me in congratulating this team one more time.
And let me also add my congratulations to Dr. Locklear, because he has coordinated some great principals for us and great leadership overall in all of our schools. So thank you, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. At this point in time, if there are people who have come with the principals or the principals themselves decide that you really don't want to just spend the time for the business portion of the meeting, we'll just take about a 10-second break here so you can do that. Thank you very much for coming. We have to pay them overtime, don't we, or something, if they stay. Okay. At this point in time, Dr. Locklear, we have some reports and information. Student parking fees. This item was requested by Mr. Holmes.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. I initially entitled it student parking fees because that's why I originally thought that the money was coming from whenever we had the golf tournament. And according to Dr. Locklear, that money is a general revenue. It just goes into a general fund. And what I'm looking for is I would like to see something to give back to the students and the teachers with that money. And I think he said it was almost 100,000, 92,000 or something like that.
The USGA rental fee was $55,000.
And that was split up between how many
We had
schools?
6 schools that were part of that agreement.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So pretty much I just want to bring it up and see if we can take it before the finance committee to see if they can, discover some kind of ways where we can give back that money to whether it's allocated for student parking at Pinecrest or however. I know it's kind of late in the year already for that, for student parking fees. But if we can look into some way to giving that money back in some way to
Okay. So why don't we do this? Great idea. Let's refer this to the Finance Committee. But let's also, if our secretary will make sure that whatever the next meeting of the Finance Committee is, that we also coordinate it with Mr. Holmes, so Mr. Holmes can be present at the Finance Committee meeting so that he can speak. And if we have to have one less person at the Finance Committee meeting so it starts to create a quorum, or we have to do something along those lines, we don't, okay? Council's saying I can deal with it, okay? So that we can make sure that it's taken up by the Finance Committee and Mr. Holmes can have a suggestion for that.
I would rather see this money go back to the teachers and students than to be in just a general revenue fund
Okay.
for the school. So,
Present that to the Finance Committee, and I'll bet the Finance Committee will come back to the general board with a recommendation.
thank you, sir.
Okay? Anything else on that? Okay. If not, let's go to the consent agenda. We have several matters on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Okay, there is a motion to approve the consent agenda by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain.
Okay. Okay, so all those in favor of the consent agenda, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All those opposed? 1. Any abstentions? 1. And that will go with the majority, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, the abstention goes with the majority.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So for the record. So the consent agenda is passed. Okay. At this point, let me turn it over to our vice chair for the public address to the board.
All right, we have 7 speakers this evening. I'm going to call up the first 3, and when at their conclusion, I'll call up the last 4. Just remember, there'll be a timer that Mr. Batchelor's preparing for us. When you start, he'll start it, and once your time is up, we'll politely remind you to stop. So we've got Jeff Hastings, Amy Dahl, and Joanne Lesapio as the first 3, please. And you can start whenever you're ready, sir, and he'll start the timer.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Hastings. I'm Executive Director of Warrior 180 Foundation. I'm a Moore County resident and privileged to be here tonight. I want to bring to your attention, do you understand that suicide is the second leading cause of death for students 10 years old to age 34? Just let that sink in for a second. 22% of high school students have reported having seriously considered suicide in the past year, according to the CDC. 19.5% of teens age 12 to 17 have had a major depressive episode in the past year. 42% of high school students reporting feelings of sadness, hopelessness in the past year. And among college students, 36% have been diagnosed with anxiety and 30% with depression. We're at war. To say that this is epidemic is beyond epidemic. Warrior 180 Foundation, my nonprofit, we provide hope, help, and healing, and our mission is targeted towards military veterans and first responders. But when we receive phone calls or when assistance is needed, we go to any portion of the public. One of the things we do is provide suicide intervention training, where we train and equip parents, educators, students, the general population, veterans, to understand what to look for, how to know if somebody might be suicidal, and to intervene, and to know local resources that are available. I don't know if you know, I just got a text a little bit ago. 10 years ago today, Robin Williams took his life. 10 years ago today. I do believe my time serving as a chaplain in the United States Army and becoming a master trainer in the area of suicide intervention prepared me for what I have the privilege of doing in Moore County today. Would love to open up a partnership to be able to serve in my own community. Hope is often a word many don't hear today, but I believe there is hope. I believe there is hope. I appreciate living in a county where they take a moment to have silent prayer, where people recognize things are going on beyond what we can see and feel. I would like to recognize any veterans that are on the board or in the audience.
Thank you, sir.
Veterans and first responders.
Ms. Dahl.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dahl. I've addressed this board before on the unfitness of the letter grade system to measure the value our schools offer students in the community. Most obviously, it fails to measure the thing it purports to measure. It actually measures affluence. It looks only at one narrow aspect of a school's service to its students and community, and it is self-defeating. When you teach to the test, learning and academic development suffer, leaving students less capable of passing next year's test. Among the things that are not directly tested, that suffer when we teach to the test, are the 7 durable skills in North Carolina's Portrait of a Graduate. These skills are called durable because they are needed across jobs and careers, so a job changer does not need to relearn them. In a report published last month, the North Carolina Department of Commerce says these skills are essential to every occupation in the state, and job seekers need these skills to meet employer demand. Not only are they important for every job in the state, the higher the pay, the greater the premium on these vital skills. DPI has created materials, but I have yet to hear anything from this board about how it is going to implement teaching durable skills. At the very least, teachers need to be assured they will not be penalized for devoting instructional time to these skills instead of to the tests. At best, teachers should be supported with quality training and materials. And teaching the skills is not enough. Today's students will not buy a message of do as I say, not as I do. Adults in the system, starting at the top, must model these skills and affirm their value in everything you do. So what are these skills? The Portrait of a Graduate durable skills are adaptability, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, empathy, learner's mindset, and personal responsibility. Which would you guess is most important? Business leaders and research agree the most critical of these skills is empathy. Key quote, empathy is not a buzzword. Empathy is a crucial aspect of social interactions, relationships, and effective communication. It's the bedrock upon which trust, collaboration, and meaningful connections are built within any organization. I call upon all of you to demonstrate the durable skills, and in particular, empathy. You have room to grow, but you can do it. Take your first solution to a problem, set it aside, and ask yourselves, is there a more empathetic way to get to this same goal? For example, you want to improve attendance at Robbins Elementary. You landed on asking the DA to prosecute parents. That is impractical for so many reasons, but there is also a more empathetic way. In that meeting, you were told more times than I could count that social workers identify barriers to attendance. So ask, what are these barriers to attendance? Can we address them? I guarantee you that would lead to a more empathetic and successful solution than prosecuting community members. I urge you to step back from this intense focus on letter grades and do the things necessary to ensure Moore County students develop the 7 durable skills.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Losapio.
Hi. The Biden-Harris administration directed the U.S. Department of Education to change Title IX by directing that its protections for women extend to transgenders. Although clearly unconstitutional, these new regulations took effect on August 1st and apply to all schools which take federal taxpayer funds, to include traditional public schools, public charter schools, and private schools. Among other things, the new Biden-Harris Title IX regulations force Moore County schools to 1. Allow biological males on girls' sports teams. Having to compete against biological males robs our young women of their athletic dreams and exposes them to physical dangers. 2. Allows biological males full access to girls' locker rooms, restrooms, and, on overnight trips, girls' hotel rooms. 3. Under penalty of law, forces Moore County Schools faculty and staff to use a confusing and ever-expanding list of pronouns. They will not be protected from accusations of misgendering someone or not using correct pronouns. Any teacher who is accused of this and is branded with the words, quote, sexual harassment will never work again as a teacher. These federal regulations will effectively neuter the Moore County Schools and North Carolina Parents' Bill of Rights. In the past, there would be nothing for we the people to do. We the people would have to accept these new rules. The good news, however, is that Moms for Liberty Young America's Foundation, and Female Athlete United sued the Biden-Harris administration and received an injunction preventing the implementation of the Biden-Harris rewrite of Title IX. This injunction covers several states, but North Carolina is not one of them. It does, however, cover every single school attended by a child of a Moms for Liberty member. So, if your child attends a Moore County school, and I'm talking to the people at home, and you join Moms for Liberty, your child's school cannot implement the misguided new Biden-Harris Title IX regulations. The membership is free if you join as a national member at large. It only takes one parent from each school to exempt the entire school from these new regulations. Joining Moms for Liberty is free. Go to www.momsforliberty.org, and I was going to tell you how to do it, but I'm not because I have 30 seconds left. Once the school is identified, Moms for Liberty will send the name of your child's school to the court, and your child's school will be covered by the injunction. Both you and your child's identity will not be revealed to the court, to the school district, or to your child's school. Ultimately, the issue surrounding the Biden administration's Title IX rewrite, which is blatantly unconstitutional and unlawful, in my opinion, will most likely be decided by the U.S. Supreme Court sometime in the next year. One other thing, I'd love to see David Hensley back on committees. It's about time, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the next four are Tom Lasapio, Jim Peterson, Betsy Miller, and Beth Ann Pratt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My wife and I attended your work session on Monday, August 5th. I sat white-knuckled while I listened to some very confusing and what I felt was very misleading discussions. Mr. Hensley proposed a two-part motion. Request to receive proper and approved training about educating children of illegal immigrants. Emphasis on the word illegal. B, get some idea of the number of children in the Moore County system. After some discussion, Mr. Hensley said he would drop Part B, but still wanted to follow through with Part A. The board took a 3-3 vote, opposition led by Chairman Levy, and Mr. Hensley's motion was failed. I find it unimaginable that a board with your responsibility would deny itself the opportunity to educate itself about something that is so pressing and is on the news constantly and affects you and affects them. Mr. Levy referred at least 8 times to the Supreme Court ruling in the case of Plyer versus Doe as a reason for the board not being able to approve Mr. Hensley's motion, but offered no explanation of this ruling to those who are not in the know. We are not all lawyers. This ruling happened in 1982. It is 42 years old, when illegal immigration, keyword illegal, was not anything like it is today. The law states that no child of any residency status cannot receive education in this country. The vote was a 5-4 verdict by a very liberal court. However, even the dissenters admitted that every child should be educated. This vote was taken because several states like Texas and Alabama tried to keep those kids from not voting, which you cannot do. 15% African Americans, 15% Hispanic, 62% white, 1% Asian, 1% American Indian. Those are your numbers that are printed on your website, where you have clearly designated kids by some type of whatever you want to call it. No one's suing you guys. Mr. Benway referenced an article in the Carolina Journal discussing numbers of illegal immigrant children. I have that article here. No one is suing the Carolina Journal. In fact, there is an organization called FAIR, Federation for American Immigration Reform, that produces this type of information constantly. No one is suing them. Someone on some obscure blog reported Mr. Hensley wants to deny these kids education. Did anybody hear him say that? I too will now be labeled that. Did anyone hear me say that? The spread of bad information. As our student population grows because of our new neighbors, funding will need to grow. Funding comes from the government. Funding comes from you and from you. May I finish? truly sad for parents and for the kids in this county.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Jim. My name's Jim Peterson, and before I get started, I support everything Jeff Hastings said. Warrior 180, it'd be a great program. Everything Tom and Joanne said about getting some unity on the board, put David back on some committees, and just get that crap over with. But over the past few years, you always hear about racism. Huckleberry Finn was racist. To Kill a Mockingbird was racist. Dr. Seuss was racist. Aunt Jemima was canceled for somehow being racist. I found this book, 33 Snowfish, it's called, in Moore County Schools. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read much of it. It's pretty bad. I'll just start reading some excerpts. Then I closed my eyes and held my breath because I knew he had a big nigger dick out, and I knew it was going to be long and scabby. I knew he had a hook on the end that looked like Bob Marley talked about. I don't know what that means. It also has that word in there 52 times. It also talks about cops a lot, but it doesn't say cop or police officer. It's pigs. He was getting all investigator pig on me. You got to start running or else them Gat pigs will start breaking down the door, and even them Gat pigs in Minnesota. One sidekick found this little half nigger. He didn't want them cell phone pigs tracking us, scouting pigs, raiding dumpsters. There was a nigger's face on the card, and he had these big whitey smile that, I don't even know what that means. I would have done him if he didn't fart so much. I don't think this book has any literary or academic value. They look like something a nigger would wear. It just goes on and on like that. Well, I got another one real quick. I got another minute left. This book, I think somebody missed some stuff in there. There's some good parts in there, I guess, if you're an American Indian too, and maybe some of your life, if you grew up on a reservation. But this book is in a middle school, and this is the worst part, I think. Did you know that Indians are living proof that niggers fuck buffalo? I don't know, it just sounds weird. Really good books and cartoons give me a boner. You should get a boner. You have a boner. Just say books should give me a boner. Now, doesn't that give you a boner? I'm rock hard. It goes on and on like that. If the rest of the book is real good, maybe just rip out these pages or get a Sharpie and cover these parts or something. I got a few more, but that's it for me. That's enough. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name's Betsy Miller. Thank you guys for all you do. You don't have a easy job. To kind of follow up with what Joanne said, for those of you who are not familiar with Title IX, it's a federal law enacted in 1972 that prohibits discrimination based on sex in any education program or activity receiving federal funding. Originally focused on ensuring gender equality in sports and education, it has since been expanded to include protections against discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation. I recently learned about these changes made to Title IX, and I fear there are more parents who are unaware of how these changes will impact our rights as parents and what our children will learn in school. The new regulations, dated April 19th of 2024, will profoundly impact everyone's First Amendment rights: privacy, safety, parental rights, and the due process rights of those accused of Title IX violations. I am happy to say, however, since Wednesday, a bunch of us have feverishly worked, and we have now 18 schools in Moore County who are exempt from these new regulations. With this current injunction in place, we must act to get every school in Moore County exempt from complying with the new Title IX regulations. Thank you. Hello. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Thanks for all you do. I just want to echo what previous people have said as far as getting David Hensley back on committees. We voted for him. We, the people, voted for him, and he's being silenced. He has a lot of input and deserves to be on a committee and to be heard. It was brought to my attention when I came here about that the board is voting on the public impact for professional development tonight. And the little bit that I know gives me enough of concern that I would like you to table it and put forth your due diligence, research it, and bring it back at the next board meeting. A couple of my concerns. First of all, these papers were handed to me this evening, and just on the first couple of pages, everything that's highlighted is talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. While those words in and of themselves, as we've talked many times, might seem benign, they're not. It's watering down our curriculum. It's lowering the expectations. It's giving excuses as to why people are not performing. Whether we call it DEI or critical race theory, CRT, whatever it is poison. It is not good for our schools. Our professional development should be about learning. Over a decade ago, there was research, the 90-90-90 schools. I don't know if you remember those, Dr. Locklear. Over a decade ago. Okay, so 90% minority, 90% free and reduced lunch, 90% proficiency in reading and math. Why aren't we researching what those schools did and implement policies as far as professional development? We should be training our teachers to be practitioners. We should be training our teachers how to diagnose if there's a learning disability. We should be training our teachers how to design instruction so that we can reach the margins. It doesn't matter what your gender is. It doesn't matter what race you are. We all neurologically learn to read the same way. Those people who are dyslexic, there's just a little skip over, which we know how to fix. And I've been trying to meet. I know I've met with Dr. Metcalf on occasion. We have the answers. We know how to help these kids. Why are we not training our teachers on how to help our children reach academic excellence? The critical race, all of this stuff we know doesn't work, okay? We're about education. We're about our children. There are many free programs out there, videos. It's not going to cost the district anything, and it's actually going to be quality. I thought we were done indoctrinating our children, okay? This indoctrinates. Please do some research. Thank you.
Okay, we thank all of our speakers for their very important comments. At this point, we'll take a slight break. Does the board need more than about 30 seconds? No? Okay. If any of the speakers have decided that they didn't want to stay for the business portion, give you a second. But if you wish to stay, of course, you're certainly all welcome. Just welcome to remain. Okay. Okay, so all right, so we're back in session, back from recess. At this point in time, let me turn it over to Dr. Locklear for the approval of the advanced teacher training roles and partnership, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. As discussed in our work session, we were very excited last year to be able to share with the board and our staff that we received the Advanced Teaching Roles Grant. This is a multi-year grant that we received as a school district. The purpose of that grant is to build systems and structures in place for advanced teaching roles in which our best teachers would have the opportunity to stay in the classroom and continue to work, have an impact on a greater number of students, but also work with our less veteran teachers to help grow them to have the same type of impact on students that our best have. And so that's the purpose of the grant. We're very pleased to get it. The money from the grant can be spent on partnering with a consultant to help provide professional development in developing that structure and growing that structure. And that's what we got your approval of with Public Impact last spring. We're very pleased with their partnership with us. and that's why we were coming to get that approved again going into the next year. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Metcalf. There's probably a couple of other highlights you want to hit with this before we see what additional questions the board may have, but this does come with my recommendation for approval. Dr. Metcalf?
Thank you, Dr. Locker. Yes, we have been very pleased with their work since you approved it, the first contract at the March 11th Board of Education meeting. I would say that the scope of their work is very narrow. They are, as you mentioned, Dr. Locklear, focused on helping us to extend the reach of our most excellent teachers, try to increase those teachers' pay, and also provide them a growth and leadership pathway that might keep them in the classroom rather than moving into school administration like you and I did, Dr. Locklear. It also provides increased embedded support for our new teachers. As you know, about 63% of our new staff come from a residential licensure standpoint, and so they haven't had some of those classes in pedagogy, and so this provides them embedded support at the school level in the process to help with that, give them that level of support, and we hope that that will impact both recruitment and retention of new teachers. So basically, Public Impact is providing design assistance. They're assisting with processes and procedures for recruitment and selection of candidates. They're providing some budget support, evaluation design, outcome design, planning. How do we assess our success of the program? They're identifying areas that we can possibly improve as we implement, and they're building our capacity and the school level capacity so that at some point we can do this work on our own and won't need to contract out for that extra support. We're not there yet. Don't think we could do it ourselves, and so this is a way to build our own capacity. I think across the state right now, I think there are 22 districts that are partnering with Public Impact. So this allows our ability to connect with both Chatham and Columbus counties, who we've been working very closely with, who also work with Public Impact. So it allows us to keep that relationship going and working with them and developing with them, along with the 21 other districts that are also partnering with Public Impact. So we are looking to continue this work with Public Impact and are pleased with their work.
Dr. Locklear?
We've got nothing else to share,
Okay.
sir. There may be some questions from the board. We're happy to answer.
Okay. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I don't know where to start. I mean, this harkens back to 2019 and the innovation project. But before I start down that road, I didn't realize that this was approved, and that's why I pulled out my computer. I didn't realize that this was approved by 4 board members in the March 11, 2024 board meeting. So there was a contract approved in March of this year. That what days did that exactly cover? What time frame? Was that a 6-month contract or a year-long contract?
It ends at the end of this summer. This is for the second wave of that. If you'll remember,
I wasn't here. The board members who were here were Pauline, Shannon, Stacy, and Ken. Neither myself, Mr. Levy, nor Mr. Holmes were here at that meeting. They were kind of an odd board meeting. But anyway, so I don't remember anything from that meeting because I wasn't here.
The contract was for the first $150,000 that we received.
Right.
If you recall, we've got a grant for $500,000, but the state, wanting to move in this direction, wanting to support this work, provided an additional $150,000 for us to start early. Generally, this is a year's worth of planning. They asked us to start early and gave $150,000. I said they asked. They gave us the opportunity and provided an additional $150,000 to be able to begin that work and do some of that preparation so that we could start this year, the 24-25 school year, with 3 schools. So we worked very hard with Public Impact and came to the board, asked for that, for approval up to $150,000, contract with them, and allow us to get started on that work. Now we're looking at phase 2, which is additional 3 schools, and tap in.
Okay, so thank you. Like I said, that was new information. I wasn't aware that this was already. So just in summary of what you said, we have $650,000. And looking at this, it's $150,000 to $166,000 a year. And the central office's intention is to give that all to Public Impact, correct? Assuming satisfactory progress.
I would not say that that's necessarily correct.
Okay,
It
well-
doesn't all go to public impact. That $500,000, as we noted in the presentation, it can be used for a number of different things. It can be used for some resources. It can be used for some additional, to support some other professional development. And so we'll go outside of just public impact, but we need the support to get it started.
Okay, so here's what we know so far is out of a $650,000 grant, the first $150,000 went to public impact, and you're here before us to ask for another $151,472 to go to public impact. So at least the first two groups of tranches of money are going to public impact.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, I don't know where to start. When I saw this in the work session, I couldn't quite figure it out. And then as I thought about this, I had a giant flashback to 2019 and the innovation project and the goals of the innovation project and the goals of public impact. And let me ask you this real quick. We have a choice. They gave us a grant, but there's any number of companies that could do this service, correct?
There are some other choices. Yes, there are some districts. As I said, I think there's 26 districts, 27 districts across the state who are doing the advanced teaching roles. 21 of them are utilizing public impact. The innovation project, interestingly, is another one that some districts are using. That would be an option to available.
So there's other
And
choices.
There's two others that we're aware of that others are using. We did investigate those back in March and weren't as comfortable with them. Also, the ability to partner with Chatham County and Columbus County was important to us, and that was one of the reasons that we recommended this limited training to use the public impact.
Anyway, I kind of reached the conclusion that this organization seems to be the same idea as the innovation project. It's just a different Trojan horse to get their ideology into our schools. I'm not saying the goal of a performance-based organization. I mean, that's laudable. But again, let's look at them. The innovation project, funded by grants from organizations such as Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation. They, at the time, were pushing CRT. CRT was all over their website. And it was funded by dues from the local school system, if I remember correctly. Schools, including my Moore County schools, I think we spent $100,000. The previous superintendent sent discretionary funds of $100,000, maybe $80,000 to tip. Whereas public impact is funded by grants from the same sort of organizations, such as the Gates Foundation and the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation. And if you go to Public Impact's website, it's got DEI stamped all over, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes, but that's an ideology that the voters of Moore County have rejected. Just like the Innovation Project, Public Impact is funded by the school system. Interestingly enough, I guarantee if you go back and look at these grants, I don't know for sure, but I've been in this business long enough and been around enough politicians my guess is there was a lobbyist involved in getting these grants, so it's just kind of a circular way to get money through school systems to these organizations. Okay, so here's my question for you. What is the end state? We have heard, man, we saw all kinds of graphs. And by the way, Mr. Chair, can we have Dr. Metcalf give the presentation that he gave during the work session? Because, none of these people, well, two of these people were here during the work session. I think we owe it to the Moore County public to at least take 5 minutes and go through the presentation of what we're about to spend $150,000 on. I mean, it's attached to the agenda. You just scroll down and click on it. And Dr. Metcalf can give the same brief that he gave, or an abbreviated version of it. But I think we owe it to the public and who are sitting here today and watching online to go through the brief.
Well, I'm not going to object. If you want to, can you give us a summary of what you told us during the work session?
Be happy to.
Dr. Metcalf?
Certainly.
Sure.
Bring that up, Charlie, for me, please, Mr. Batchelor.
For
I
sure.
ask a question?
For sure.
Dr. Metcalf? Before we start, how exactly is this presented? Do you get a group of teachers and have somebody talk to them? Is it, how do you go about doing this?
So how do we go about doing this? Do we bring in a group of teachers? No,
Yes.
this is much of their work is design work. So they're working with me. They're working with the principals of the schools that have been selected. They're working with a team at the school improvement team, if you will. They're meeting with us. They're helping us to design. It's really driven by the schools. That's why when Heather shared her sections of what was going on at Pinecrest and what was going on at Aberdeen and Southern Middle School, it's really driven by the school improvement team. They're bringing, these are their plans. They're assisting us with that design.
Okay,
And then they're working with us to talk about the budget, and how we could make that work within what flexibilities our particular schools have. We're working to make this budget neutral, of course, so that there's no cost locally in any way. And so they're working with our finance department. They're working with us to work through that, trying to build our capacity. They're training us in a process of interview of candidates who apply for the job. They're helping us with the job descriptions that we put out for the MCLs for these positions that were hired. They will be doing some summer professional development of those MCLs, which we're heavily involved in as well, and have oversight over that training to make sure it fits into the Moore County way. But they help us support us with that. And again, it's about capacity building for us. The goal ultimately is that we feel we're at a place and comfort where we don't need the extra support.
Okay, I would like, and some of the board members to attend some of these events.
Certainly.
Because I really don't understand what's going on. I hear a lot about this organization. From what I understand, it's a husband and wife team. No,
ma'am.
Am I the wrong one?
It may be, but the people that we are working with, we have an assigned team that we're working with.
The founders and co-presidents
Yeah.
are
Could be.
husband and
I've
wife.
not met
I'll
with
talk
the
more about
founders.
that later
But
on.
Okay.
Can we go
I'll
ahead?
tell you what,
Wait,
I'll tell you what, at this point in time, you asked, Mr. Hensley asked for him to give a slight presentation. I'll give you a chance to
Okay.
ask these questions afterwards, but go ahead, Dr. Metcalf.
Sure. So I'll go briefly through it again. The purpose, as we've been talking about, is to leverage our advanced teaching roles, improve student treatment, increase educational excellence. We're trying to provide career growth opportunities for teachers, make sure we promote job satisfaction and retention. That embedded support is important to us. So expanding the model to additional schools over a period of time and have that level of impact. And we just need their expertise in designing, implementing the advanced teaching roles. They do it all over the country, and again, very involved in North Carolina, so we're looking for that level of expertise and support as we try to expand and develop the program. So we know what the problem is. We've talked about this. I know the board is concerned about the problem as well, and that we want to make sure that there are meaningful opportunities for career advancement for our teachers. We don't necessarily want to take the best teachers out of the classroom and put them into administration. We want them working with the students and working with the kids. We want to extend their reach, and so this is one way to work to do that. We also know that our novice teachers are inexperienced teachers. They don't have embedded professional support. Old model that we've been using for a number of years is to pull those new teachers out, those beginning teachers out of the classroom. Ms. Caldwell probably remembers it well. You know, she wants to be in the classroom, but the district's pulling her out to give her the training and the BT support. This model reverses that, and we do it in the classroom with their very kids and provide that embedded immediate support, which we think is very useful.
Is this the $10,000 bonus?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll
all
get
right.
to that. I'll
All
go
right,
through it. I
please,
just wanted
please
to
do,
hit
because
this.
that's important.
We know that the data, not just in Moore County, but across the state, across the country, is that new teachers generally often leave the classroom. They leave the classroom, and that pipeline is dramatically decreased. And as I've mentioned before, about 63% the last time I checked. It's probably higher than that this year. We'd have to look. This was from not this current school year, this coming school year's data. 63% are alternative licensed teachers, so they don't have that pedagogy and that background and in the classroom, so that embedded support becomes that much more important to them. So we've kind of showed this before. This is the organizational model that we're probably most accustomed to, with the principal at the top, and then you've got your grade levels and so forth across, and all report directly to the principal, and the principal is responsible for the support of those particular new staff members, and the district supports the principal. The principal has that level of support. So the new model, and it would look different from school to school. It's also in development. It's a process to get to where we want to go, and again, doing it without any kind of local funds. But here you would have a lead teacher, or what we would call an MCL, who would partially be out of their classroom. They're in their classroom for part of the day teaching their students, and then they're released from that extra support in the classroom, and they're able then to embed and support the teachers, the beginning teachers in their teams, the early career teachers, those teachers that need extra support.
If I could interrupt here, it amazes me because as I look at this slide, it looks like academia just now figured out a platoon. I mean, that's a platoon. And I don't say that in jest because I'm going to be talking about this later on. This is just a performance-based system that business and the military figured out like centuries ago. But please continue.
I can't argue that. Just cannot argue that. So we did receive the grant. We've actually been trying to get this grant for a number of years. Heather's been working on it for a number of years. We were able to receive it last year, and then, as I mentioned, Mr. Hensley, they provided the additional $150,000 to try to get it going early so that we could implement this school year at 3 of our schools. That was, frankly, a major undertaking because we did about a year's worth of work from March, once the board approved, until where we are right now. And so I want to take the opportunity to commend the principals and their teams at each of the schools because they did a lot very quickly. This funding of the grant is really kind of spread out over the years. So $150,000 in that first year, then $666.66 each year after that. And yes, we came to the board in March for that first $150,000, and then are coming to the board again for this $166. It doesn't mean that we will again next year or won't next year. We'll see where we're at and what our level of comfort is in being able to continue that work. Use for the grant funds, I've talked a little bit about. There are certain limitations of how you can use the grant funds. Certainly you can use it for the development of the plans. You can use it for professional development of the teachers to make sure that they know the Moore County School Way and the support for them and what coaching looks like and how to coach adults. Many teachers have never been put into a role where they coach adults. So much of the work that we would do with them is not teaching them content, not teaching them how to teach, but teach them how to coach adults, which is a much different thing and something that most of our teachers, frankly, don't have. And so if they're an outstanding teacher, an outstanding educator, and we're moving into this position, we've got to teach them how to coach adults, which is a big portion of what this training is. And so it's really not curriculum in the classroom. We're not teaching them how to teach 4th grade or 5th grade or middle school math. They know that. They're great teachers. It's not about curriculum. It's not about, math curriculum or the reading curriculum or the social studies curriculum. It is about how to coach adults and find the talent that has the skills to be able to do that. So you can use the dollars for transition costs. You can use it for the development, the design, and implementation of compensation plans. You can't use the dollars to pay for somebody. Those come from a different funding source from the state. So I can't take that $500,000 and give it to a teacher. I can't say I'm going to use that and that's going to be my stipend to a particular teacher. I can't do that. We have an implementation timeline, so we shared that and about
Just one question. I thought you said that part of this gives a teacher a $10,000
I'll come to
bonus.
that. That's a different funding source from the state. I think is the question. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You just said that you can't give this as a
I
stipend.
can't use the grant. I cannot use the grant to pay teachers. But the state has provided additional funds to allow
Okay,
for us
all right.
to pay the teacher the stipends.
Okay,
So
all
it
right.
is cost neutral, it's just coming from different places, and so this is what I can and can't use the grant for.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, apologize if I stepped on you there. Implementation timeline, we've talked about that over a period of time, and ultimately, a great goal would be to have this at every school. You know, every school would have this opportunity for teachers and this support for the beginning teachers.
So if you could go back, please. So if I'm looking at this slide, is it safe to assume that the first 150,000 is the first arrow, the second 150,000 that you're asking us to approve today is the second 24-25 arrow?
Yeah, a year's worth, yes, sir. A year's worth of planning, and so they spend this year planning, and then they implement for next year. This first group did the implementation starting in March.
And then in 25-26, we're looking at an additional 6 schools,
That would be,
which gets us up to 9 out of 24 schools.
right. And then the hope is that we're in a position where our capacity as a district, our capacity is in a place where we can put it and move it very quickly.
Yeah, you know, look, I've said this many times before. We're in the education business, and I see the same thing at Sandhills from afar, where they hire consultants year after year after year after year. When you think that one of those PhDs or one of those educators or administrators, after the first year, they would watch what the group did. I'm talking about a program at Sandhills Community College, and then those educators would then educate the following years. But instead, Sandhills Community College continues to spend the same money for the same consultants to come back year after year after year, where my question would be, why don't we train the trainer?
I think that's what we're trying to do. I would say that's exactly what we're trying to do, is train the trainer. That we just couldn't do it in 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, it's a year's worth of planning that we crammed into actually 3 or 4 months, and we're not ready for that. If I could sit here and honestly say to you that I felt like we had the capacity, no disrespect meant, Ms. Stewart, that we had the capacity to be able to do this, I wouldn't be recommended to use the money in a different way within the constraints of the grant if I could.
Yep.
I don't think we're ready yet. In a year, I may feel very different than that. I
Okay,
would
please
expect to.
continue. Yep, understand.
Year one, district design teams work. These are some of the things that the 3 schools that we work with, Aberdeen, Southern, and Pinecrest were the 3. Those were principals that reached out to us, actually, and both at 2 of those schools, they were principals and schools that had been a part of the process going back several years when we were applying for the grant. And so it was natural for them to become on board. And again, they worked on roles and descriptions with us, funding sources, the budget process, the selection process, the school plans and how we reviewed those school plans, get the big picture, evaluation and renewal. We have to do and want to do and need to do an evaluation process to make sure we're getting the impact that we want, implementation support, accountability processes. These all went into that play. So again, Heather spoke briefly about the school plans that we have at Aberdeen Southern Middle School and Pinecrest and where we're at. So they work to determine schedule, support and training, evaluation and accountability. Get a taste there of the 3 MCLs at Aberdeen and Southern and the 2 at Pinecrest High School, Reese Associate. We talked about that. Year 2, which is why we're here today to get approval to move forward, would be expansion of 3 additional schools. We haven't chosen those 3 schools yet. We're looking at a lot of data. Really want to be geared towards schools where we have a high number, based on the data, a high number of teachers who are in the beginning year teachers, early career, or have got alternate licenses, because we feel like we can get the most impact by doing that. We also want it to be places where the principal is 100% bought in and can focus on that. So a school with a brand new principal may not be the best choice for us. They're trying to learn their staff, they're trying to learn their issues. So a school that is a principal in their 3rd, 4th, 5th year may be a better choice. So that has to come into play too. So we haven't chosen where we would expand to. We're working on that right now, but of course we want the approval first. Want to continue that partnership. One of the reasons we want to continue the partnership, as I mentioned before, is it allows us to continue. We've had great work with Chatham County and Columbus County and a couple of other districts that we've kind of partnered and shared ideas with. That's been extremely helpful to go to some trainings where they're at. We see what their district approach is, what their school-based approach is. That's been good for our principals. It was good for us. And so that is a value by keeping the same company, working with the same company that we're there. If we try to do it ourselves, we've got a capacity issue. If we go with one of those other companies, it's difficult for us to partner up because they're not right here as Chatham and Columbus is. So the scope of work I talked about a little bit: recruitment, district, school design, some of the deliverables, ongoing consultation, school design. They'll do some virtual summer professional learning, kick that off, and some professional learning. Again, that's about coaching. It's not about content. It's not about math content, social studies content, science content. Sometimes I know that can be confusing. I'm going to teach them what I want them to teach. No, we're teaching them how to coach adults in the Moore County way and the Moore County curriculum, approved curriculum, and standards, state standards. So the scope of work continues. There's the cost, $151,472 for this particular year, and we're making that request.
Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I still have questions. I'm sorry. Okay, so continuing, thank you for going through that. I think that was useful. It was useful for me. I'm sure it was useful for the audience. So one thing that struck me when I sat through this in the work session, I'm like, what's the end state? So, Dr. Metcalf, what's the end state? Is it their opportunity culture? I mean, what's the end state?
Well, the end state is to have a career pathway for our teachers and embedded support for those who don't have that background when they come in. Embedded support for our teachers. So, for me, in my ideal world, we would have a career pathway where we have our best teachers reach being extended, so they're both working with our students and working with the teachers that need the embedded support who are also working with our students. So rather than pulling them out and putting them in an office at central office and pulling teachers out, we're embedding that support at the school level, and I've got the value of my best teachers still working with kids while they're doing that. And so, and because they're getting paid more, and because they're responsible for more kids. Now I'm not only responsible for the 30 students in my class, I have a level of responsibility for that entire team that I'm working with. So now I'm truly vested in all 90 students that I'm working with as well.
Okay, so when I left the work session last week, I was confused, so I spent some time on their website, and because I wanted to know what their opportunity culture was. And I'm going to cite two things. If board members haven't seen this, the central office should have provided this. There's a great 2-page overview of their opportunity culture, but their co-president and co-founder wrote a paper on it, and he summarized it very well. It's team teachers may directly work with more students than usual for higher pay. So teachers will work with more students for higher pay. That's what they're preaching, okay? Some schools reallocate funds from staff vacancies or interventions that aren't showing results to hire paraprofessionals and create year-long teaching residencies, provide small group tutoring. Pay supplements are about 20% extra on average for team leaders, 12% for teachers, and up to 10% for paraprofessionals. That's kind of odd because he added the percentage of each and came up with 20%, but I just don't think that's how that works. These are funded through reallocations of funds in regular school budgets by repurposing salaries from vacant staff positions. I hearken back to our school budget, and every time we've talked about the 24-25 school budget, it's been, we're going to assume that it's fully funded, all teacher positions are filled. Well, this program that's been in Moore County schools for 6 months now talks about reallocating salaries from vacant teacher positions. Well, when I read this morning, that kind of answered my question as to why we're not projecting a, multi-million-dollar surplus from empty teacher vacancies, because right here, public impact, right here, they advocate reallocating that to performance-based pay. By the way, I'm a huge supporter of performance-based pay. I've said that from the first time I said here. I said, if we have problems getting math and science teachers, we should pay them more. And boy, that went over like a pregnant pole vaulter, if I could do an Olympic analogy. Then I suggested that maybe we should pay higher performing teachers more, because we got the metrics. I mean, we test. I mean, God, we give principals performance-based bonuses. Why can't we give it for teachers? That too went over like a pregnant pole vaulter. But all of a sudden, we're looking at performance. I applaud a performance-based system where we reward higher performing teachers with more responsibility and higher pay. Again, the military and and especially industry has been doing that for over a century. So anyway, then reallocating regular funds instead of using temporary funds means that schools can sustain these roles permanently. That one paragraph summarizes the details in this two-page overview. I'm sorry, just let me finish. They've got 5 principles, and I'll just read these real quick. And I would, someone suggested that we table this till next meeting, and I think every board member, if you haven't read this 2 pages so that you know what we're signing up for, then shame on us. I didn't read this until today. Principle 1, reach more students in schools with excellent teachers, principals, and their teams. Reach means being formally accountable for the outcomes of extra students whom a teacher reaches via direct instruction. Typically means 33 to 50% more students per teacher. Okay, it's written right here. I mean, this is Public Impact's document. For principals, they're a multi-school leader. Principle number 2, pay teachers and principals more for extending their reach. Okay. Schools pay fixed dollar supplements equating to 10 to 50% of average pay in roles reserved for top educators. That's a performance-based system, which academia was 100% against like 2 years ago when it was brought up. Fund pay, principle 3, fund pay within regular budgets. Right here, supplements are funded by trading positions or other costs for more pay for remaining positions. In most cases, this can happen through natural attrition. Okay? Principle 4, provide protected in-school time and clarity about how to use it for planning, collaboration, and development. That's awesome. I mean, our teachers should do all their planning. At the high school level, don't they have 4 hours a day to do their planning? They teach 4 hours a day, and then they have 4 hours free to do planning or whatnot. And then finally, principle 5, match authority and accountability to each person's responsibilities. Okay, those are all laudable things, but I have a question. I think this is probably for the superintendent. It talks about reallocating money from unfilled teacher positions, but an interesting thing is, if I understand this correctly, if we have an empty teacher position, the state doesn't pay us for that teacher position, correct?
No, sir. I mean, we get position allotments from the state. We move as many of our teachers into those state positions as possible. We also have some locally funded teachers.
Right.
So normally when we have a vacancy that we're carrying, it's going to be a cost that's not incurred from a local standpoint. Because we're going to move as many of our teachers onto the state budget, so we use every position we possibly can.
So let me see if I got this right, because it's very confusing. Funding for schools is horribly confusing. So the state, if they give us 5 allocations for science teachers at Pinecrest, let's say, I'm just making this up, and we only have 3, the state pays us for all 5 positions, even though 2 of them are empty.
Correct. We get position allotments, and as long as we use those position allotments, which we do every year.
I don't know what you mean by use teachers. As long as we put as long as we put a body in that allocation,
Correct.
then we get paid for it.
Correct.
Okay? So the state doesn't pay us unless we have a live body in that position.
Essentially, but I'd have to ask Tina Edmonds to make sure I'm answering this correctly. I'm looking at Tina. But we have to have a position that's attached to that allotment to pull that money down and get paid for it. And there's also a lot of other things that go
And there
with it.
has to be, but there has to be a warm body. If we cannot attach a warm body in that, I understand that and this is a very important point, I understand that we moved the higher paying teachers to the state. I always understood that. But it was my understanding that, if, again, let's go back to 5 science teachers at Pinecrest. Hopefully have more than that. If 2 of them are vacant, then we have to move another body somewhere else and put them in there, regardless of what they're doing, so that we get that allocation.
In general, that's correct. And the state gives us teaching position allotments. They're not, they're not specific teaching category. There's a couple exceptions for that. We get some EC funding. We get some career technical education
I understand
funding.
all that.
But
Understand.
in general, we get position funding for those teaching
So
allotments.
our empty positions, so we end up with whatever, 5% empty positions. Does local funding pay us? Do we use local funding for those empty positions? Is that where the funding, because the state doesn't pay us. If we have to have, 1,000 teachers and we only have 900, the state, and regardless of how we jockey them, if the state gives us 1,000 teacher positions and we only have 900, the state's only going to pay us for 900 teachers.
I think in theory what you're saying is correct, but
Right.
I'd say in practice and what we've continued to have happen in Moore County schools is that we're using all of those state position allotments.
Right,
And
right.
vacancies that we carry,
Are
I guess you
carried
could
on
say
lo-
are
they're
carried on local,
funding.
which end up,
Right.
that's why we have not used the fund balance appropriation that's been part of our budget the last
Right,
3
right.
cycles.
So that's the point I was getting at, is local funding is actually paying us for positions that we don't have people for. The Moore County taxpayer is paying Moore County, all the empty vacancies that we have, or the vast majority of vacancies that we have that Moore County School gets money for, is being paid for by local funding from the Moore County taxpayer, because the state won't pay us for those positions for people that we don't have. But the county does pay us for positions for people that we don't have. So we shift all those empty positions down to the local funding.
We also pay for teachers out of local funding that we have.
Sure,
and
but all
that's
the empty,
part of the
all the empty
services.
positions that we don't have, we're kind of shifting that to the Moore County taxpayer.
I don't know if I would describe it that way, but I think
Well, that's how I
we
described it.
do carry vacancies, and that's allowed us to not spend all the fund balance that the board's appropriated to our budget in the
Okay.
past, because we certainly try to utilize every bit of state funding first before we use that local funding. Yes, sir.
The local funds are not necessarily for teacher positions. They're just money that we have. We can use them for anything,
Well,
right?
No, it's the state only pays us for live bodies.
No, I'm talking about local funding.
Right, local funding will pay us for that position, whether there's a person in it or not. So we shift, I'm
Local
sorry,
funding
Mr.
is-
Chair.
is not based on positions. Local funding is a lump sum of money that we get. Now, we may use it for positions, but it's a lump sum of money so that we don't get money locally that we don't use for, that we don't use for positions.
Except in the past, Moore County schools went to the county and said, we need music teachers. And anyway, that's beside the point.
Yeah,
The larger point is that anyway, so let me continue. So that answered the first part of my discussion, is the business case for this, right? And I'm not sure that we need this. I mean, this is business 101. It's like that security study that Moore County School did, that we brought this expert company in from Lillington, I believe. And the expert company was a female who was on the school safety, the local school district safety team, or school safety team, a deputy sheriff. We spent all this money to do this survey that, quite frankly, we could have got myself, Commissioner Von Cannon and Commissioner Cook together, and we could have produced a much better school security plan than they produced. I mean, this plan's top secret. If we released this top secret plan, people in the audience would laugh at it. I mean, it's like stuff like, well, keep your doors locked and keep your shades. This is the same thing. You could get a team of retired executives in this area that could do this same consulting for almost free. But my second point, and this is the largest point, is this the correct company? You know, as Dr. Metcalf said, we have a choice of who to implement. Obviously, we don't want the innovation project, but you know, we could. But last week I spoke about, is this a good match between cultures? And I would say no. And last week, Mr. Benway, I mentioned these people had DEI all over their website, DEI. And Mr. Benway made a comment and said, well, that's just boilerplate DEI. So I took like 3 hours out of my day today to go through and peruse all this stuff. So here are their two founders. The founders and co-presidents are Emily Hassel and Brian Hassel. And Emily Hassel, I passionately believe, this is like prominently featured, this is her quote, I passionately believe in the vast human potential of all students and educators. Okay, that's good. And in public education is a bedrock of racial and economic justice. Okay, Brian Hassel, I assume they're married. I've witnessed educational inequity and its disastrous consequences since my childhood, going to elementary school in the early days of desegregation. I don't know why we're bringing up desegregation in 2024. Okay, so here's their mission statement. And there's a couple things I'm going to point out in here that are, I mean, it's not just boilerplate. This is their ethos. Through our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, we seek to create a team that reflects the diversity of the schools we work with. Okay? Likewise, we work with our clients to ensure all students have access to excellent teaching and equitably funded schools. Well, I think we have that, with a diverse teaching workforce that reflects the student population. You know, an interesting thing that I always bring up when they talk about a diverse teaching workforce that reflects the student population, no one ever mentions that 50% of our students are male, but no one ever talks about, you know, we need teachers that look like us. Well, we need 50% of males, because I need a teacher that looks like me, because I couldn't possibly learn from a female because she doesn't look like me. Anyway, I continue. And they say our DEI activities include ongoing opportunities for team members to meet and discuss DEI topics with colleagues. The firm encourages open discussion improvements to promote equity and opportunities for all social identities. Not sure what a social identity is, as especially related to race, gender, and LGBTQ+, comma, and this is the important part, in service of the public impact mission. They're not just talking about that internally. That says right there on their website, they're talking about that in service of the public impact mission. They're talking about how they can do that when they come out and they do consulting for people such as Moore County Schools. Then it says, we also aim to provide a welcoming workplace for people of different cultures, ethnicities, religions, economic background, genders, and sexual orientations. This is the other thing that kills me about companies like this. They always talk about diversities. They always talk about superficial things like skin color, gender, eye color, right-handed, left-handed. They never talk about diversity of thought, and they never talk about diversity of ideology. So I did a little research. They have 56 team members on their website. Most are North Carolina based, primarily in Charlotte, Durham, and Chapel Hill. I saw very few, if any, that came from rural places such as Moore County Schools. So right there, they're not reflecting us. They're reflecting Charlotte, Durham, Chapel Hill. Also, the ones that didn't live here lived in Baltimore, Memphis, and Denver. Again, how is that reflecting the values and looking like the people that they're selling to? Then I looked up their voter registration, right? Because in North Carolina, you can do that. And I was able to identify 35 of the 56 people I did this morning, by the way, and, going to Mr. Levy's point where, they had to block me. I would have done a presentation, but it has to be submitted like a week in advance, and, I don't have time for that. I just, I get obsessed with something. I just do it the same day. 35 voter registrations identified, 28 Democrats, 6 unaffiliated, but they all pulled Democrat ballots in the primaries, and oddly enough, 1 Green Party. So that does not reflect diversity. That reflects all Democrats. So again, it appears they have superficial diversity, but not diversity of thought and ideology. So I just have a few more points here, Mr. Chair. Public Impact's our mission. Public Impact's mission is to dramatically improve learning outcomes for all students with a focus on low-income students, students of color. Okay. Our goal is to create a dramatic, positive, and sustainable impact by 2035. Man, they're looking forward. That's another 11 years. They want to reach at least 75% of the schools in the nation and 75% of the students in each of the schools. So they want to, Public Impact wants to reach 75% of public schools within a decade. And then here is another very part of their mission. So they want to focus on low-income students of color. Okay, that's laudable. That's part of our goals. They want to reach 75% of the schools. They want to work with districts and schools that can scale up financially and sustainability. And additionally, and this is very important, this is their own mission. This is their own mission, and this is a foot stomper. Additionally, look, Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf can say, oh, they're just coming here and they're just doing consulting, and it's very much they're focused on this, and they're not, they're just coming in, they're marching in, they're setting down their lunchbox, they're focused on this, and they're not even mentioning DEI, except, let me read the next sentence from their mission statement. Additionally, we strive to keep issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the forefront of all our work internally and externally, representing all backgrounds equitably. So I asked these board members, and by the way, I wasn't aware until this brief that I guess it was, who was there? Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Benway, Pauline, and Ms. Davis, I think. Did you guys ask these questions? Did anyone look into their background? Did anyone even look at their mission statement? Did anyone even know what they're doing? So I would say that this is not a culture. This is not a good culture, because their own mission statement says, and I'll read this again, we strive to keep issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the forefront of all of our work internally and externally. So whether you guys want to admit it or not, they are, to the best of their ability, trying to keep DEI at the forefront of their work while they're at Moore County Schools. It's right there in their mission. So my suggestion is that we take the suggestion of one of the speakers tonight who said that this should be tabled. I think that each board member should get this 2-page handout and should read it and do research and talk to the citizens of Moore County and see if this is really what we want. Again, this is the innovation project all over again. But what happened was, under the previous school board, which was controlled by Democrats masquerading as Republicans, because we all know that Betty Brown, Helena Walden Miller, and Libby Carter were all lifelong Democrats who changed their registration at the same time when they decided to run for the school board. So under the previous school board, when the innovation project tried to insert CRT, the public showed up by the hundreds, and this room was full. There was standing room only outside, people vehemently against the innovation project. But what happened was, because we finally got a school board elected that everyone believed was conservative and everyone believed was doing their due diligence, the public let their guard down. But this is the Innovation Project 2.0. This is the camel getting their nose under our tent, and you can read it right here. We strive to keep issues of DEI at the forefront of all of our work, internally and externally. So my suggestion is we table this for next month, and we all read this and we all do our due diligence, and then we can make a decision. Thank you.
Is that a motion to table?
So moved.
Yes, if
think
I
you
can
just
make a
said so
motion.
moved.
Do I- Yes, okay.
Is there a second? There is a second. So there's a motion to table and a second. Is there a discussion on the motion to table? Further discussion?
Can the superintendent make his recommendation?
Yes, sir.
I stand by my recommendation to approve Public Impact to provide this consulting and this training for us here in Moore County Schools. As I stated at the work session, Public Impact works for us. And their professional development that they're bringing with us and the planning and design work that they're doing with us is at our direction. And it's building what I described as our opportunity culture, which Dr. Metcalf described flawlessly, what we want to see the end result to be for Moore County Schools, for our teachers, and ultimately for our students as a recruitment and retention tool to grow our teachers, maintain our best, and grow the new teachers that come in. And so I stand by my recommendation to approve Public Impact. I do not recommend this motion is tabled because it would put our work behind. And if we brought it back and it was approved or wasn't approved, it just delays the work moving forward with the support we need to move the work forward. So I do stand by my recommendation.
Mr. Chair, if I could
Yes, sir.
just make a response. You know, Dr. Locklear, I actually agree with a lot of what you said. I wouldn't say most, but certainly a lot, right? But I agree with a lot you said. But unfortunately, it's Public Impact who put themselves in this situation. I read who they are. I read what they are. I read their mission statement, right? Just like we wish Green Day wouldn't interrupt their great concerts to like give an anti-Trump rant or some crazy rant. Just like we wish Disney wouldn't sponsor all this bizarre stuff so that we could take our families and go enjoy Disney without having all this weird stuff in our face. Public Impact's made a choice, and they've made a choice to be not, they are not viewpoint neutral. They made a choice, just like Green Day and Bruce Springsteen made a choice to be way over here, and I make a choice not to support them. Just like Disney made a choice not to be here, they made a decision to be way over here. Public Impact made the choice. Public Impact, you know, these are the consequences of what they advocate. And it's very, very unfortunate. It's extraordinarily unfortunate, but I do not want them in or near my school system. And I don't believe most of the public wants them in or near our school system either. So it's very unfortunate.
All right, further comments by the board? Seeing none? Yes, ma'am.
I do want to make a few comments.
Okay, please.
Because I do recall doing several hours worth of looking at the website and seeing some of the things that Mr. Hensley has brought forward. I even recall having a conversation with Dr. Locklear about it being funded by the Bill Gates couple, or foundation, excuse me, and my concerns with it. But in all of the other research that I did and the work that Dr. Metcalf has done literally for years, has been working on getting this grant and putting in a lot of effort to support our teachers, which we need to do, really. I do trust, and I wouldn't say I trusted these people if I didn't trust them. If I felt like I could not trust Dr. Locklear to provide the things that this board is looking for, I wouldn't say that I did. Same goes with Dr. Locklear and the rest, Dr. Metcalf and the rest of the team. Dr. Locklear, whenever he says that these people work for us and he's going to be keeping an eye out and he knows what this board is against, he's going to not allow it. I do believe that with all of my heart. So I had the same reservations that you have, and I agree with what you're saying to some extent, that it, on the surface, it looks like they could be bringing in things that we do not want. However, I would venture to say in the past 6 months that we've been working with them, if there was any red flags that would have come up, you would have said, hey, Dr. Locklear, I don't believe that this company is going to be working or the right fit for Moore County schools. And I don't believe that we would be sitting here having a presentation with you guys, bringing it back to us again, because you know what it is that we're looking for. And
if I can add to that, thank you, Ms.
Yes,
Davidson. I
yes,
mean
sir,
to
please.
Cut you off. we've had that conversation with them.
Yeah,
And so
thank you.
We set the standard up front and
Thank
do
you.
with any organization we work on. This is what Moore County stands for and is about. This is what we will not accept. And we've had that conversation with them on the front end.
Okay. And as far as, because I do hear members of the public saying that we're giving them money, which we are. I understand that, but it's not our money. It's a grant. It's not. It's not. Yeah, no, I understand. Well, it's not local money. I shouldn't say that. But
Taxpayer money.
it's a grant that we have applied for, that you have worked, like I said, for years to get for our teachers who need the support. It's unfortunate that our options are limited to what they are, but it is limited options, and I do think that you have the very best option that Moore County Schools and Moore County Way is looking for. So I would vote to keep them personally. And go ahead.
Yeah, may I, just looking back to March, when we took a look at this issue and looked at the position they had taken on DEI, et cetera, I went and compared their position, their boilerplate, to some other boilerplates. And I would caution you that if you use this as a litmus test, then you take a look at Sand Hills Community College DEI, and it is, my view, is far more rigorous. Are we about to go ahead and make some decisions to sever ties with Sand Hills Community College as a result of that? I think the output and a closely monitored tracking of output is key here. Are we getting what we intend to get? And if so, that's great. If there's some DEI sneaking in, then we ought to know about it and are able to fix that. So I think it's unfortunate that this DEI thing, I mean, DEI in itself, those words in themselves are pretty good words, but they've been twisted, they've been forced on a ton of organizations. If you want to take a look at a DEI program, take a look at Lowe's. They're literally spending hundreds of millions of dollars across the nation, across the world on DEI. So we somehow got to attack DEI, but not attack the professional job that's being done here. That's my position.
And I was going to hold off till we vote afterwards, but I would also say too, I mean, Dr. Metcalf nailed it when he said that we're not teaching curriculum. It's literally it's teachers teaching teachers. It's not anyone teaching about math, social studies, science. So nothing with CRTs getting in there, nothing to that aspect is going to get in. And I did want to clear up something too, is just so, Mr. Hensley, just so you know, we do give bonus performance pay to teachers for when they do testing in 5th grade, I believe it is 4th grade.
Yeah,
Those
are state mandated programs that were just passed last year or the year before.
It wasn't passed last year. It's been going
Last
on
couple
for
years.
20
Okay.
years
Well,
now.
it was refined the last couple of years.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clear that up because I didn't want the public to think that we don't give bonuses to our teachers for performance. And to me, working together, team teaching, working together is just going to help a child be more successful. So I wouldn't want to get rid of all the work that you guys have put through. I wouldn't want to get rid of that right now.
I have a
Yes,
couple
sir.
more in response. So I'm pulling up the presentation. Actually, if we could go back a couple slides, where it talked about the Senate bill. There was a Senate bill that provided funding for this.
Is that it?
Somewhere you referenced this Senate bill.
Oh.
Timeline or the grant?
General Assembly, the dollars that have been attached to this, the funding for the stipends, is that what
Right,
you
right,
speak to?
yeah, Session Law 2020-78, right, I think.
Yeah, thank you for going back to that slide, because I think it's important to not mislead the public in terms of how the stipends, those stipends, again, can't be paid through the grant, but they are being provided by the General Assembly. So there's a $10,000 stipend, not local funds, state funds, not based on missed positions that aren't filled. Nothing to that nature. These are state stipends that are provided. Just want to be clear about that. That's $10,000 for that lead teacher, and then $3,000 for a teacher who takes on additional students to free up that lead teacher, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so if I'm freed up for a period, some of my students may go to three different teachers or 2 different teachers, and that $3,000 comes from the state, again, not from empty positions. That's state dollars that comes to support them. So because I'm taking on more students to free up this teacher, I get an additional $3,000, again, a pay grade and a way to try to keep them in the system.
Actually, I'll get to you in just a second. Let me address what Mr. Benway said, and then my question for you is actually addressing something that Ms. Davis said. So Mr. Benway, he made 3 assertions that I just want to address, or a couple of things I want to point out. One is, once again, just like he said in the work session, he once again alluded this is boilerplate, and I think I went through many in excruciating detail that their DEI is much more than boilerplate. It's right there in their mission statement. It's in their voter register. It's everywhere. It's their mission statement. And not only is it's far from boilerplate. So again, you've characterized it that way twice. In the work session, I didn't know enough about it to refute it. I mean, I looked at it, I'm like, oh, this doesn't look like boilerplate, but it is far from boilerplate. They are knee deep, they are neck deep in DEI. Secondly, Mr. Benway, you want to pass off, oh, well, gosh, you have to deal with these companies. I seem to recall a year or so ago where you were leading the charge on not purchasing groups of computers because they were made in China, and you said we shouldn't do business with China. Well, I say that we shouldn't do businesses that are radical, DEI advocates. So I don't understand the inconsistency. I'm sorry, I have the floor. You're welcome to respond when I'm finished. But I don't understand the inconsistency because, you either put your money where your mouth is and you believe in like I said, I wouldn't go to Disney World and I wouldn't go to a Bruce Springsteen concert. And, you wouldn't buy computers made in China. We all make those decisions of who we want to support and not support, but I try to be consistent. And as far as Sandhills Community College, we're trying to change Sandhills Community College. We appointed this board, this board and the county commissioners appointed 2 reformers, Mr. Steve Woodward and Ms. Beth Ann Pratt, 2 of the most qualified people to be on the Sandhills Board of Trustees in an attempt exactly to reform them. So we are trying to reform them the way we reform Disney, the way we reform Bruce Springsteen, and the way we reform this org public impact is we don't give them our money. So we all try to affect change every way we can. And then finally, Ms. Davis said that, and I'm not trying to look, we get grants everywhere, but Ms. Davis said, I'd like some clarification on this. She said that you, Dr. Metcalf, had worked years and years tirelessly, crossed the vast desert, I'm exaggerating, of course, to get this grant.
No water, I might add,
right, with
too.
no water. But then I was kind of led to believe that this was an initiative funded by the General Assembly in somewhat recent years, because you said they just threw another $150,000 on
They're
it.
getting behind it. It's been around for a number of years. I think it's been 5 or 6 years. I'm looking at Dr. Locklear because we began that work a number of years ago, initially by taking teams to some other districts that were doing some of this to see what it looked like. Then we applied several times. Heather applied, and we weren't granted the grant, and then have received it. I would not characterize my work as crossing the desert with no water, but we did put some years into it. So the General Assembly has gotten behind it to the point where they're now offering the stipends and paying for the stipends so that you don't have to be as creative to come up with the funds to be able to pay the stipends. So they're supporting it, and all indications are that support is going to continue and grow. So.
And just in conclusion, and this really is in conclusion, like I said, when, that organ is, Napoleon, who said there are no bad regiments, there's only bad colonels, which you've heard me say. Napoleon also said you can only lead 3 people, and it's crazy that a principal had like 30 people reporting to him and her. And, it's certainly, I applaud the goal. I just don't think this is the right company, and I'm not quite sure it's needed because, again, it's kind of management 101, and it's shocking that we had this kind of organizational flat structure to begin with. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I would like to know if any Title IX regulations, rules came with this grant. No?
I'd have to refer that to
Yeah.
Mr. Swartz, but my answer would be no.
No?
Further comments by board members? Okay, so I guess I get to make a comment because who knows, I may be the deciding vote here. This is a tough one for me because I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Hensley. And I also agree with Ms. Davis. In the end, it's like deciding whether we should do business with Delta or Coca-Cola. Delta is an airline which is very famous for its DEI. Coca-Cola tends to be really a DEI company. What I have to look at is I have to look at not so much the company, but what the company is doing and what we're expecting the company to do. And I see us as getting $10,000 stipends for our teachers, which are desperately needed. I see us as having leadership which understands that we will not stand for DEI in this school system, or at least this board won't. Okay, because DEI is totally contrary to the idea of excellence, which is what we try to do. But overall, we're a small cog in their overall company, and yet we do need their services. So we have a place to fly, and we may need to fly Delta. But let me ask one question. Can we get rid of this thing on like 90 days notice if we decide? Or what's the story there? What's the story of the contract?
I'll let the board attorney answer that question.
There are provisions that would allow us to amend the contract with agreement, and either party may terminate the contract for cause if there is a breach that can't be cured, that is not cured within 15 days for a monetary breach or 30 days for a non-monetary breach after notice.
So how long are we locked into this?
What's that?
How long are we locked into it?
Through June 30, 2025, unless there's a breach. Either party may terminate the contract immediately if there is financial insolvency on the part of the party. That would not apply, I would hope.
No. So it is a 1
It
year.
could be terminated by consent of both parties as well. So it's basically 1 year unless there's a breach that is not cured after notice or termination by consent of both parties at any time.
So this is very difficult for me because I despise DEI, but I think we need it. I think we need the educational value of this. So I'm probably going to vote against the motion to table, but not wholeheartedly. That's just my feeling, and very, very reluctantly. And I sincerely hope that everyone understands why it's taken me just this long to figure it out, because I believe Mr. Hensley is right on target, but our kids need it. And I think that this board will be mad as hell if there is any DEI garbage, I won't use other words, garbage that creeps into the school because of this company. So I'm going to vote against the motion to table. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the motion to table, yes. That's correct. Okay, so is that understood by everyone? Is that okay with the person who made the motion and the person who seconded? Okay, all right. Well, I
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's, as for me, I look at it as the same thing. Okay.
The distinction is that a motion to lay on the table requires another motion to take it off.
To take it off the table,
But this is a motion to postpone consideration until the next board meeting, as I understood it.
I understand. Okay, all those in favor of postponing the matter till the next board meeting, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Okay, 2. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the motion fails. Okay, I think we've basically argued this to death. I would like to move to an immediate vote on the approval of the superintendent's recommendation. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ensign.
Discussion and debate. You know, as I sit here, I would just summarize it as follows. You know, it's funny that companies like this and other, you know, whether it's Disney and, you know, all these people, you know, they demand that companies be, you know, to do business with us, you have to be DEI and you must have this, that, and that. Well, you know, as I said, there's not a conservative on their staff. There's not even a Republican on their staff. They are so far over here that, like, if we met in the streets, we would have very little in common. But what's funny is our side always caves. Our side always appeases. Our side never makes demands. You know what? They demand equity. They demand, diversity. But our side never says, wait a minute. You know, if you want to do business with us, how about maybe one Republican, maybe one person with conservative values? How about 30%? No, it's always our side. It's always the conservatives, whether it's in Washington, D.C., or whether it's in Raleigh, or whether it's in this school board. It's always our side that caves. It's always our side that appeases. It's always our side that eats the S sandwich. And that's what you guys are about to do, and I don't want any part of it. I'm standing my ground, I'm standing my principles, and I'm going to vote my principles. Let your consciences be your respective guides. I will sleep well tonight, as I always do.
Other comments? Yes, sir.
First of all, the equivalency between the Chinese communists and this sort of a process doesn't fly. Secondly, and I hate it pains me deeply to say it, but our U.S. military is driven by DEI today.
Does that make you happy?
Not at all.
Would you change it if you could?
Not at all, but I'm not going to furlough the entire 2nd Marine Division because of it. Okay? So we have to work on the ground to make sure we get it right, no matter what the idiots are doing up above. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chair.
Further? Yes, sir.
The difference is, Mr. Benway, is right now we are the idiots up above because we're the decision makers. Who you criticize, you are correct. I would not criticize the 2nd Marine Division. I would criticize the leadership that made that decision. And Mr. Benway, we are the leadership. You are the leadership. Vote your conscience.
All right, further comments by members of the board? sometimes, I've been in education for a while now, almost as much, not quite as much as I've been in the law, but I've been in education. And, but much like the law, it's oftentimes, there are a lot of liberals, And so I think I agree with Mr. Bedway that we have to be on guard to make sure that this DEI stuff doesn't happen here. And I emphasize that it doesn't happen here, but I can't penalize the children. And I've got to, there's money for the teachers. You have to weigh it. And when you're in leadership, and sometimes when you're in politics, you don't exactly, it becomes very difficult. But I think I'm comfortable, and I'll sleep very good tonight.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Dr.
Chairman,
Metcalf.
If I may, you don't have a motion on the floor pending. You have a recommendation from the superintendent, but you don't have a motion on the floor.
Okay, that is true.
For discussion of, and resolution of this matter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, counsel.
I make a motion that we pass this as presented.
Okay, so you're making a motion to approve the
Yes.
the superintendent's recommendation?
Yes.
Is there a second? There's a second. Okay, yes, now discussion.
Yes, but as the maker of the motion, I get to talk first. Wasn't that a great strategic move? Dr. Metcalf, the chair has several times made the point that there's money for teachers here, but you've specifically stated that that's a separate program from the money, the grant money that we have to give bonus for teachers. Is it tied to the implementation of this, or is that separate money that we could set up a program to give bonuses for teachers on our own, correct?
We'd have to be designated as advanced teaching, doing advanced teaching roles by the state. We wouldn't have to use this particular company, but we would have to be an ATR district.
Okay.
I hope that answers your
Yeah,
question.
no, it does. Okay, thank you.
Further,
I have another question.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mike, when you had your little talk and little introduction with this company, what exactly did you tell them? And what exactly did you tell them about the expectations that we expect?
Well, we went through very clearly with them each step of what they were offering us. We talked about the Moore County way. We talked about what our instruction looks like, what our expectations are, and we're very attuned to ensure that their conversation fits into what we need. So when you're talking about coaching, you're talking about how to coach adults. You're not talking about anything beyond that. So we're very specific. We did talk about DEI.
You did?
Sure.
Okay. Did that
I
come up?
I knew that was a board concern after it got voted through. The board had some conversation in March about that. We had some conversation with them about that's not acceptable with Moore County Schools.
And their response?
No problem. I mean, I think that they do all kinds of different consulting work. I think they do all kinds of different topics, different consulting work around the country. For us, it's very narrow, very specific of what what we need, and so they did not push back around that at all.
They did not. And you have not seen anything at all?
Now, I can't tell you that I've been in every meeting with them. I would be lying to you if I sat here and said I've gone to every one of their meetings, been involved in every one of their conferences that they may be having with Southern Middle School's team or the other team, but I have not been concerned.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let me see, I see, you have to go out and take a phone call. Okay. Is there anything further?
Well, I will add, just if we're waiting on Philip, back in 2001, I really wish they had a program like this because I was a PE teacher and I wasn't an elementary ed teacher. So I had to seek out and take classes on my own and seek out a veteran teacher to help me navigate everything. My principal did help me at the time, but obviously that veteran teacher didn't get paid. So something like this would have really benefited me back then. So I am glad that we have something in works for new teachers to come aboard.
Further comments? Okay, if not, let's go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. All those opposed, raise your hand, 2. Motion passes 5-2. Okay. Do we need to take a break? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would like to, at this time, take a point of privilege, please.
Want a point of personal
Oh,
privilege? Go
yes,
ahead.
one of those.
Yes, I said yes.
Oh, you did say yes. Okay. I don't want to do that. I want to do it now before we lose people.
Well, I'm not going to, just go ahead.
Is that okay with you?
I think it's up to Nate. It's up to me. So
Do I have
go ahead.
permission?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
You have permission. Let's
All
go
right.
ahead and do it.
I just don't want to wait till the end of the meeting. People get off streaming, people get up and leave, and I just want to include this. For those of you who did not hear me last week or read the article in the Pilot, which was beautifully written by Matt Lamb, I'm going to continue with my plea about Title IX. First of all, I want to thank everybody who responded. Whether you're on my side or you're not, I really appreciate the response. The Biden administration, specifically the Department of Education, has rewritten Title IX in a 1,500-page regulation. Remember, our Constitution has 4 pages. 3 organizations, among many others, have sued the federal government, leading to an injunction. Female Athletes United, Young America's Foundation, and Moms for Liberty. Any mom, dad, or guardian can exempt their child's school anonymously by signing up to be a member of any of these 3 organizations. Only your school is made public. Your child's name, your name is nowhere to be seen. North Carolina is the only state in the South who currently is not exempt. And that's thanks to the lack of protection of our children from Josh Stein, our current Attorney General. Under the Department of Education's new rule, sex no longer means male or female. It means it means gender identity, or it means sexual stereotyping. Anyone who speaks out against gender identity or fails to recognize a student's or a classmate's preferred pronouns or speak up for their physical safety and right not to have to undress or share a room with the opposite biological sex can be punished for sexual harassment. Teachers, principals, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, volunteers, or anyone who is employed by the Moore County Schools outside of insurance, you're not protected. Misgendering a student or pronoun misuse is considered sexual harassment. Keep in mind, gender identity can change on a daily basis. No matter how innocent and without malice, you can be charged with sexual harassment. Having a sexual harassment charge after your name for something as simple as a pronoun means you will be marred by the accusation, which can lead to a destroyed career. This is serious business. All someone has to do is to get in touch with the Office of Civil Rights and make their claim. Teachers' bathrooms are under the same laws as students. Anyone can walk in at any time. If you complain about it or feel uncomfortable, you can be charged with sexual harassment for stating your views. I will continue this fight. I will not, and I repeat, I will not back down. I am sitting in this chair because this is what I ran for. I ran to protect our teachers, our students, and Moore County schools, and I won heartily. I owe those who supported me. This rewrite Title IX is excessive, it's expanded, it's unconscionable and destructive. It also impacts our free speech because you will not be able to say what you are thinking. You will have to say what the law tells you to say. It will cause bedlam, chaos, and total lack of educating our children. Every employee in this school will be so obsessed with, did I use the right pronoun? Did I say the right thing? That education will lag in its entirety. I am being accused of trying to put religion in our public schools. Tell me, no matter what religion, no matter what race, no matter what creed, no matter what political thought, don't we all love our children? Isn't that what we do in our life? Do you honestly want your daughter changing with boys, taking a shower with boys, using bathrooms with biological boys, when all they have to do is say, today I'm a boy? Do you want your daughter on a team after years of practice, training, sacrifice, and money spent to compete against someone who by nature is stronger, bigger, and faster? Religious schools are exempt from these rules, but not automatically. Religious schools must submit their religious objections, and then, on a case-by-case basis, they may or may not receive their religious exemption. All this has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with right and wrong. This is an extremely bad rewrite. Fight for your children. Fight for our children, because I will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's on the point of personal privilege. Okay, so moving right along, does anybody need to take a break?
We
Okay,
still have
no-
one action item.
Pardon?
We still have one action item
No,
if we
I
can get
understand. I'm
through
talking
that.
about,
No, let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
rest.
Let's keep going.
Okay, well, Mr. Holmes, do you want to go, keep going forward? Okay, all right, just however the board wishes to do it is fine with me. Okay. Second reading of the new and revised policies, okay? These policies we went over in the work session. So I don't want to go over each individual policy again at this juncture, as I said in the work session. Are there any, is there a motion to approve the new and revised policies? So there's a motion to do it. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benway.
I had
Okay.
one,
Yes,
Didn't these
ma'am.
come as a recommendation from the committee?
Yes, you're
So
absolutely
they don't
correct.
need
It
a
does
second.
not take a, you're correct. It does not take.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that policy 7503 teleworking and regulation be stricken in its entirety.
Okay, all right. So, first of all.
Oh,
let me
second, I second that.
No, that's fine. First of all, this is a motion, the original new revised policies or a motion from a committee does not require a second. Now, there
I
is
made
a
a motion
motion
to modify, to strike
there's
policy
a motion to
75.
modify, yes,
Right.
yes, indeed.
And it was seconded. Yep,
That's
we're-
right,
we're
which
all- we're all
was
there.
seconded. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Hensing.
I made a motion to modify, to strike, policy 7503 teleworking in its entirety.
Okay, go ahead. Which-
Okay, so
And
just,
then seconded by.
Pauline,
By-
Ms.
by-
Bruno.
by Pauline.
So just as Pauline said, fight, fight, fight for your children, I'm gonna say fight, fight, fight for your teachers. So let me start off by saying, you know, in preparation for this meeting, you know, the chair keeps saying, oh, you gotta prepare, you gotta prepare. Okay, great. So I went to read the minutes of the policy committee, and they're not published yet. So I assume this was discussed in the 31 July policy, or 30 July policy meeting. Is that correct, Ms. Davis?
That sounds possible, yeah.
Well,
Well, my memory's not that great for dates. I'm looking at Miss Cindy to make sure that that's correct, and it is, thank you.
Okay, well, the minutes for those meetings haven't been published, so I've got a few questions for you, Ms. Davis, otherwise, because I can't read the minutes. So, was the committee unanimous? So the committee's made up of yourself, you're the chair, and Board Member Holmes and Board Member Bruno. So was the vote for these policies unanimous?
My memory, all three of us were present that day? I was gonna say, I don't believe Mr. Holmes
Mr. Holmes
was there.
not,
Yeah.
and Mr. Levy appointed himself as the third
That's
member
right, thank you,
of the
yes.
committee. And I
Yeah.
do recall that this was unanimous.
It was unanimous, and I was actually gonna
supported.
ask Ms. Bruno why she's seconding to amend it when she did not make any kind of recommendation during the meeting, but go ahead with what you're saying.
Well, because,
Oh, okay.
right, because, you know.
All right, but Mr. Henson, go ahead and speak to your motion.
So, that's an interesting comment, but, Mr. Levy, so both the chair and vice chair are supportive of this policy because you voted for it. Okay. Was there any discussion about, this policy? Were there any reservations, in discussion in the committee about this?
So when it was actually brought to us by the superintendent, and whenever he
Right.
presented it to us, it was done, he probably knew that we would question, putting it into place as, making provisions for, he was very adamant that it would not be taken advantage of, that it would be as, I don't want to misquote you, sir. Give me just a minute. It was a special privilege to be able to work from home, and that it would come, the principal would have to sign off on it. It was not something that was assumed that you would be able to do. It does not take away from teachers coming in. If someone needs to be at the school, if there's not enough staff there, the principal can say, even if you've already been approved for your day off, you can, the principal can go back and say, I'm sorry that you were approved for this, but you do have to come back in. What are your reservations?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Yeah.
ask. What-
Well, I just want to know, because again, the minutes haven't been published. I want to know the thoughts of the committee. Look, the reason you form committees in a deliberative body is because those committee members should take deep dives on stuff. And those deep dives, you guys should be the experts on it. So if I have questions, I should ask you all, but you're asking me what my reservations
Well,
are. I'll say those in a
You
minute.
challenged this particular one.
Right, correct. I'll get to those. I want to know the thoughts of the committee. I want to know what was discussed
Okay,
and
well,
in the
let
committee.
me go here. What you've asked is a point of information, but since we don't have minutes, and generally you don't have minutes of meetings until the following meeting where the minutes are approved, the only way that the committee speaks at this juncture is that the committee has made a recommendation to approve this document. Questioning the proceedings in the committee is just not germane. Please state any objections
Mr. Chair, the purpose of Robert's Rules of Order is this is supposed to be a deliberative body. And a deliberative body exchanges ideas and has discussions and debates. But every time I try to question a member to ask their thoughts or their ideas, you go on this, it's not germane, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Because-
I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
Mr.
You
Chair, I have
asked
the
me for
floor.
a ruling, and I'm going to give you a ruling.
No, I didn't ask you for-
You do not in this body interrogate other members of the board.
Mr. Chair,
That's
I'm not
what we
interrogating
do.
him. This is a deliberative body, and the purpose of a deliberative body is discussion and debate. And that's what I'm having discussion. You guys can ask me questions. When it's your time, you can ask me questions. I'm more than happy to answer anyone's questions. I just want thoughts. Just like I asked Dr. Metcalf, I've asked the superintendent, I've asked board members what they thought. I asked.
You never asked me.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, all right. Mr. Hensley, we're not on debate. Please debate your motion.
That's what I'm trying to do, Mr. Chair. You just said we're not here
Please
to.
debate your motion.
Mr. Chair, you just said we're not here to debate, then you said please debate your motion. I am debating my motion. I'm asking people on the board, and I'm going to ask the superintendent some questions. I'm going to discuss and debate it.
I, as a member of that committee, I fully support this. I mean, if you look at what it's.
Mr. Chair, I have the floor.
Okay, all right. First,
Mr. Holmes, you'll have
first-
time
first-
when it's your
first of
time.
all,
No, it's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
All right, first
Mr.
of
Chair,
all,
the motion before the board
Yes,
is
sir.
to strike this policy.
yes.
Mr. Hensley, you gave Mr. Hensley the floor to address that motion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
Thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I had it written down here, what was the voting committee and what were committee members' thoughts, and I just asked those questions, and all of a sudden, I'm like getting shut down by the chair, but I'm glad we're past that. I'm glad the attorney intervened. Dr. Locklear, you introduced this. Ms. Davis said that, well, you said in the work session that this is your policy, so why the need now?
As I discussed in the work session and in our policy committee, I felt it was a good choice for us as a school district to have a policy that governs telework. It's currently a practice at times, has been a practice in the past when we've needed to do it. Like in COVID, I felt like it would be smart for us as a school district to have a policy. Most school districts in the state of North Carolina do have a policy that governs telework, how it works, who's eligible for it, puts constraints around it in policy. As point of information, I also included the regulation that I've put together along with the staff to help govern the telework policy. I also thought it was important that we have a policy because, quite frankly, it is a recruitment and retention factor as well. I think there's a lot of school districts around us that are able to utilize telework. We've had staff that asked us about this option. Our teacher advisory council has asked us in the past about the opportunity to telework on optional teacher work days. Those are days that they can either, that are not required professional development, et cetera. And we haven't had a policy in place to do that. And so this puts constraints around that, puts a policy in place. It also allows us, after implementation of this policy, the board or myself as superintendent may bring back, recommendations to tweak it, to change it after implementation of the year. But this puts into something that helps govern that past any one administrator who's utilizing their own judgment to put it into practice.
Bob, can I
Okay,
say
thank you.
something?
Just one second. Mr. Hensley has the
sorry,
floor, but I'll
still-
give you a chance.
So, thank you for the response. So here's my concerns. Mr. Holmes asked me my concerns. So, Ms. Davis said that when I asked her thoughts on this, she said it's not to be taken advantage of, and it's not a permanent thing. It's temporary in nature. Unfortunately, that's not true. And I'll cite the parts in the policy. And by the way, Mr. Locklear, Dr. Locklear, alluded to the same thing. He said he used COVID as an example, temporary in nature. He said there's constraints on it, and his example was telework on optional work days. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the details in the policy here in a minute. that I think the audience will be surprised when I read examples, because it's far more than just temporary in nature. It's setting up permanent positions to include teacher positions that work remotely. But I will cite the exact, in fact, I'm sorry, Dr. Locklear, can we bring up the policy, please?
Okay,
sorry, I
just
have the floor.
give him
I'm
a
sorry, I have the
shot.
floor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's my major concerns. So first of all, actually I have three concerns. Two are related. I remember back 2 years ago where the chair was then in charge of the policy committee, and he put through a little minor change in the policy. And Mr. Peterson will understand this. He put a change in policy. State law gives citizens, parents, citizens, and school faculty and staff the ability, or right as I use it, the attorney would say the ability, but okay, the ability to challenge materials in schools. Well, 2 years ago, the chair put a policy in place, didn't talk a lot about it. I voted for it because I didn't understand the ramifications at the time, but Mr. Levy put in a policy that took away the rights of citizens to challenge materials. So that's the importance of the details in policy, because a little obscure part that Mr. Levy put in policy that I wasn't paying attention to, he later used to prevent people like Mr. Peterson who wanted to challenge media. He can't do that anymore because of policy. That's why policy is important. That's why I suspect that's why Mr. Peterson's up here writing these books in desperate hopes that a school board member will challenge the policy, because we took that right away from you. And that's why I pay attention to policy now, because that was intentionally put in there to take away your right, Mr. Peterson, to take your right and give it to us. Okay, anyway, so that's one concern, and that's one reason why I take detailed looks at policies now. And that's not me speculating, that's a right. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, we've seen that in action. Okay, but here's the two major concerns. Your conservative school board, twice since this board has been in office, has tried to outsource teachers, has tried to outsource teaching positions. The first time, at least twice, I think there's a third time, but I couldn't think of the third time. This board and this superintendent, at least twice, has tried to outsource teachers. The first time was on 9/11/23, September 11th, 23, when this board voted 5-1 over my objection to approve virtual teachers. Initially, it was on the consent agenda. They weren't even going to discuss it and debate it in the meeting. I took it off the consent agenda, and I was a bad guy for taking off the consent agenda. And during the discussion, it was discussed, you can go look it up, it was discussed that was a pilot program to use virtual teachers. Okay, then fast forward a month later, on October 30th, in a work session, we were sitting right here, and the person was, well, we were in the little horseshoe here, and the superintendent presented, and the chair and vice chair were in full support of outsourcing teachers to H-1B visa holders. And they were going to go full steam ahead with that. And then I voiced an objection. I talked about how our engineering workforce in America was outsourced to H-1B visa holders. I talked about how computer scientists were outsourced to H-1B visa holders. I talked about how the nursing profession was outsourced to H-1B visa holders.
Okay, Mr. Hensley, we've got to be germane to this. It is not germane. The chair rules that it's not germane. I understand you want to go over all these things, but let's keep it germane to this issue. You've certainly made your point that it is very important to look at minuscule
Mr. Levy, I'm
portions of
sorry,
it.
Chair Levy, I'm
Okay.
sorry that you're offended, but I'm making the case as to why
Okay,
I'm doing
good.
this.
Now, please be germane to the issue. The issue is striking telework.
I am, and I'm explaining why. Because this board
I
has a
understand.
history.
Mr. Hensley, you're out of order. Please go to your, to something about telework.
I believe we should have a vote on whether I'm out of order or not.
Okay, there is a challenge to the chair. All those in favor of upholding
Wait, is
the chair?
that debatable?
I don't know. Is that debatable?
I
No,
make
it's
a
not
challenge.
debatable.
I make a challenge to the ruling.
I called you
ruling
out of
the
order.
chair.
I called you out of order. Okay?
This is-
and I
Exactly,
still
so
call you out of order. But you have made a challenge to the ruling of the chair. Okay, I'm just tired of it.
What, you're tired of
You
what?
know,
You're tired of what?
So there is a challenge to the ruling
Wait,
of the
Mr.
chair.
Chair, you said you're
All
tired of
those
it.
who wish to overrule the chair, in other words, to allow Mr. Hensley to go on.
Go on.
And please raise your hand. Two. All those opposed, all those who wish to sustain the ruling of the chair. Majority have it. Mr. Hensley,
Oh,
please.
you can't
I'm not
do
voting.
that.
I'm not voting for that.
There's not voting. Okay. Mr. Hensley.
That's okay. Look,
Not
if
voting.
the chair wants to silence dissent, I'm cool with that.
Is
but
not silencing dissent.
Okay, so
I'm
I will
just saying,
continue.
please be
Mr.
germane to
Chair,
the issue.
I'm continuing. Okay, so let's go to so now that I made the case that this board has tried to outsource teachers, so let's look in here, and I also discussed, so you gotta explain the background. I can't just say why, I gotta say why I oppose something. So, Ms. Davis thought that this was only not to be taken advantage of and not on a personal basis. It's only for temporary, like someone's sick or someone needs to telecommute because of the weather. Dr. Locklear provided a COVID example and said telework on optional work days. What this really does is it sets up, it gives the superintendent the unilateral authority to create any and all positions and designate them as remote workers, and that includes teachers, and I'll show you exactly where it's in there. So if you go to the second paragraph, you go to the first sentence in the second paragraph after the comma. The board authorizes the establishment of telework positions when in-person work is not an essential function of the job, and permits occasional teleworking for staff when the person is not an essential function. So that the first part of that is the board authorizes the establishment of telework positions when in-person work is not an essential function of the job. That right there authorizes the superintendent to create whenever he wants, wherever he wants, for any position, say it's teleworking. Then if you go to E2, paragraph E2, and then I'll give everyone an opportunity to read this paragraph. Everyone please read it for yourself, and then I will highlight the portions that specifically says, I'll be damned, huh? How about that? That's why you got to read this stuff in detail. So, a full telework position is a position where all essential job responsibilities of the position can be completed remotely full-time, with the exception of periodic in-person meetings or on-site tasks as determined by the supervisors. Okay, supervisors will recommend which positions may be eligible for telework, blah, blah, blah. The recommendations were reviewed by an interdepartmental team for final approval. Then, the only exceptions, directors, school-based administrators, or members of the superintendent's executive team or other employees with significant supervisory responsibilities cannot be designated as full telework positions. You know what's not excluded is teachers. This board, this superintendent has, look, I believe in protecting jobs for Americans. I believe in community-based teachers. I believe in supporting our teachers. This policy grants this superintendent and future superintendents the unilateral right to designate any position except senior administrators as teleworking. And that allows him or any future to say, okay, we're just going to have 20% of our staff as remote, virtual, remote working teachers. And I'm not going to support that because as I started out, just as Pauline said, fight, fight, fight for the children. Just like I said back in September 11th, 2023, And just like I said in October 30th, 2023, just as I'm saying now, I'm going to fight for our teachers and to keep our teachers in person and to keep our teachers local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for everything. You know, the more I'm looking at, listening to David, I think I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to make a motion to send this back to committee for further review. Because I see this, what David's talking about. It can open up the possibility of, you know, these virtual teachers, if you will. I like the idea of teleworking. We do need to have a policy in place that governs that. But, you know, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think that we need to send this back to committee. So I'm going to make a motion to send it back to committee.
Yeah, we already have a motion on the floor to
That's
strike it,
This
right?
is a substitute motion. It requires a second before it can be considered.
Is there a second?
To
This
send
is
this back
to
to
send this,
committee.
he is making a substitute motion to send this back to committee for further consideration. There is a second. All right, is there discussion on the substitute motion?
Well,
Pauline, your mic.
No, let me give it to Ms., go ahead, Philip, first, because that's your motion.
yeah, so, you know, looking over it, it looks great. But, you know, looking at it from another perspective, and that's what I love about this board. I mean, it's so diverse, and you think about it, you know, when somebody brings something up, it opens your eyes to looking at things a different way. And, you know, I fully echo what David was saying. I have concerns about it as well. I'm not saying that it would happen, but the potential is there, right? So yeah, I'm all for that. That's basically it. I wasn't there whenever you guys had that meeting, so I would really appreciate the opportunity to be there with that. So
Ms. Davis?
I have a question, actually, if that's okay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Don't we already have telemarketing in place for our virtual teachers for our online school?
telemarketing.
Telework.
Telework.
Sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
it's been a long
Maybe-
night, can you
Maybe they
tell?
telemarket as well.
Teleworking.
Yes, we
Right.
have a full virtual
Right.
academy. Our teachers work virtually. They may come in from time to time for a meeting as the policy talks about. The regulation further gets into defining telework positions, defining it clearly, talking about employee must be in good standing, et cetera, around that. So full telework positions, that would probably be one of your more primary places where you'd see a full telework position. But as we move down the road, this policy does give the superintendent the opportunity to have final approval on what those positions would look like. A hybrid telework position where they might work 2 to 3 days a week and then be in a hybrid position, maybe it's data entry or things of that nature. That would be a classified example versus the certified teacher example of that. And it puts tight constraints around that. And so that again was my compelling why behind why I felt like it was important to do this and have a policy in place that certainly the board could monitor as we move forward, and I could as well as superintendent.
Have you already
Thanks.
drafted regulations for that?
Yes, there's regulations, there's information also in this material. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, further on the substitute motion to refer back to committee. Okay. Let me say that, you've got a leader here who I don't think has any desire to displace teachers. But we have to come into the 21st century. In the 21st century, there is this thing, telework. I wrote down here, Connect Academy. But there's also data input. I'm sure from time to time we have people who simply, that's going to be their job, is data input. We may have IT people who work remotely. I think this policy gives gives great latitude to the superintendent. But I don't expect the superintendent to abuse that latitude. And I think the policy that he's drafted, along with council, is probably a good policy. So I'm not going to vote to refer it back to committee because I'm not so sure what the
You were on the
committee might
committee.
do.
You
Pardon?
you were on the committee when I couldn't be there.
No, I
So I would
understand.
appreciate it if you would send it back to the committee.
So that you can become part of it.
Right.
So I have,
Well, maybe I'll change my mind. Okay, all right.
so let's talk about what Mr. Levy said. Look, my comments heretofore have been focused on the teachers because I believe in in-person teaching. And, right, but, look, to Ms. Caldwell's point, look, the virtual academy, that's different because you have virtual students. Okay, let's have a virtual teacher, right? I mean, the teacher doesn't have to be sitting here, but, you know what? I want that teacher to be a citizen, a resident of Moore County. And I'll tell you why. And I said this I vividly remember in September 11th, 2023, I said, and it applies today, is if that teacher can work remotely from Vermont, that teacher can work remotely from India. And just like many other jobs in America have been outsourced, IT, data entry, could be teachers, be outsourced to India, outsourced to China. And that brings me to my next point that Mr. Levy made. And as I said, up till now, I was talking strictly teachers. That's the in-person instruction part. But you know what? I don't want my data input jobs outsourced. I don't want my IT people outsourced. I want my taxpayer money hiring people who live and reside in Moore County and supporting Moore County. Because as I said, September 11, 2023, as I said 2 minutes ago, as I've said it again, is if data input and IT people can be outsourced to someone sitting at home in Carthage, it could be outsourced to someone in Texas, and it could be outsourced to someone in India. And just like in America, we've destroyed so many jobs, engineering jobs, computer science jobs, data entry jobs to overseas. I don't want my taxpayer money paying someone in India doing our data entry and IT. So I find it unacceptable for our certified staff, and I find it unacceptable for our classified staff. And we don't need a policy for occasional times. We worked remotely during COVID without a policy. Just last week, the superintendent sent a message out authorizing people work remotely due to the threat of the hurricane, and we didn't have a policy. So again, I question the existence of the need for a policy at all. I think it's a Trojan horse to sneak in the ability of the superintendent to, it's right there. I read the paragraphs where at his or her own discretion of, the current or future superintendent. So anyway, in response, I don't want any position to be outsourced outside the boundaries of Moore County, and this is a slippery slope. Thank you.
Can we take a vote?
Okay, just one second, let me respond, just before we do, let me respond to Mr. Hensley. Not everything is a plot to do something else. Every once in a while, we do trust our leadership to do something which is reasonable. And I can also see, oddly enough, the need, because we don't do diversity, equity, and inclusion. We don't, we have to hire based on relevant facts of ability. Sometimes we might use somebody outside of Moore County, a more qualified individual outside of Moore County who can work remotely. If he's the most qualified or she's the most qualified, maybe the person, I don't know. And I think we do need a policy on it, but I want to also be do right by Mr. Holmes and give him a chance to chime in on it. So I'll vote in favor of his motion to recommit. Okay. So all those in favor of Mr. Holmes' motion, substitute motion to recommit, raise your hand. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, one abstention. 6-0-1. Okay. Which goes with
7-0.
which becomes 7-0. Okay. All right. So we have a superintendent's report.
We actually have to vote on the remainder of the
Oh,
policies.
I'm
Mr. Levy.
sorry. Excuse me.
Yep.
I apologize. Are there any more amendments to the policy? Do we have a motion for the overall policies?
So moved. Oh, wait,
Okay.
we don't need
We
it
don't
'cause it
need
was
the
in
motion.
committee.
We don't need the motion because that comes through committee. Okay, so we're going back to the policies. Gotcha. Okay, are there any other amendments to the proposed policies? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the policies. All those in favor of the policies, with the exception of the policy that's recommitted to committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1. Okay. The motion carries. Okay. Now the superintendent's report, right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As always, I'd like to thank the board for their work and engagement, and the staff for all their preparation that went into the night. I also want to thank Dr. Scott for really inspiring us at the beginning of the meeting about this special season that we're in. The beginning of a school year is a special time. It's an opportunity for renewed chances and an opportunity to make impact on a lot of students and each other as staff members in our community. And I want to thank our staff for all the hard work they put into preparing for this year. We really got things rolling. August is a very busy month. Last week we had our summer leadership conference where our administrators got together to prepare for the new year. We've got our new teacher orientation tomorrow. And so our new teachers are coming in for training and orientation to the district and their schools. And then very soon we have our staff returning, and then back to school nights and all kind of wonderful events. So it's just an exciting time, and I just want to thank the board for your support of our staff. Thank our staff for their hard work, and we just look forward to a wonderful school year. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hensley? Ms. Bruno? Well, you've already had a lot to say.
I did.
Do you have something else to say?
No, I just want to say welcome back to school to all our students and our teachers and our principals. We're going to have a great year. And I would like to follow up on some of the things that our guests spoke about tonight. I think it's time to give Mr. Hensley back. We need his intelligence, his expertise. He knows so much more. We all have our capabilities, and his is the budget and the construction. And I really think it's time that we get over all of this and welcome him back to our school board.
Ms. Caldwell?
I just wanted to welcome everyone back and congrats everyone and hopefully we'll have a great school year. That's it. Nothing.
Mr. Benjamin?
I'll briefly echo that. Looking forward to getting the CTE back on track and running hard. Looking forward to a great school year. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to speak on Pauline about David. If you can recall back several months ago, we tried to extend the olive branch to David, but it was like ignored. So, but I'm sure everybody on this board values your input, and we would love to have you back. I would be all in favor of it. I'm sure all the other board members would be as well. But let's not kid ourselves about the fact that we have approached you before in the past.
So, Mr. Chair, I would like an opportunity to make a closing statement.
Okay, Mr. Hensley wants a point of personal privilege. Go ahead.
As Pauline will attest, that's not quite true. I had one of the board members that I kept in contact was Pauline, because my God, how could you not love Pauline? I mean, Pauline could kill my favorite cat, and although I just cloned another one, I would still like Pauline. So, and Pauline and I used to chat, and Pauline would always end the conversation and say, "Don't, you could shake your head."
I know, because we were at Republican headquarters. Pauline, you and me were sitting all together. So don't tell me that I'm lying, because I'm not. I was sitting there talking to you.
Okay,
No,
all right.
So
This
it did
is,
happen.
this is getting to
Yeah,
be,
yeah.
I tell you
Well,
what.
that's because he
This is,
interrupted
this is,
my closing statement.
I understand. This is
Well, I just want to
comments.
set the record straight. What Mr. Holmes is talking about was a meeting at the Republican headquarters the day after you guys censored me. I'm moving forward about a year. So Pauline and I stayed in touch. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, this is my closing statement. So,
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
so-
Mr. Hensley, let me make a suggestion. No, just, no, I understand that. That's what I'm trying to prevent here. Okay?
Well, wait, why does
I
Mr.
hope-
Holmes get
I
to say it?
hope
I don't-
that both of you, I get to, excuse me, order. Okay? I hope that both of you will get together and talk. But right here, right now, is not the time to do it.
Mr. Chair,
Currently,
Mr.
we
Holmes.
have board comments.
Right.
Mr. Hensley has had his comments.
No, I'm
Mr.
not,
Holmes
I haven't
has already
finished my
had
comments.
His
You
comments.
recognized me for comments, and I started making my comments, and Mr. Holmes interrupted. Now you're taking away my comments. You let me make my comments,
I'm
and I
also
can't finish.
interrupting Mr. Holmes, who wants to interrupt you.
He interrupted me, right. I have the floor. He interrupted me, and now you're cutting me off.
Okay, this
Okay,
stops.
all right, quiet. All right, we are, both are out of order.
I'm not
Okay?
out of order. I
Yes,
have the
you
floor.
are
He
out of
interrupted
order
me. I
right
have the
now
floor.
because I have the floor.
No, I have
You
the
are out
floor.
of, you're out of order. All right? This is the time for board comments. Your board comment has concluded.
It has not
Mr.
concluded.
Holmes's
Mr.
comment-
Holmes interrupted my
Mr. Holmes's
comment.
comment has concluded.
Mr.
Okay.
Levy?
Yes,
Mr. Levy, I'm really sorry, but you need to let every board member speak. And he was speaking and and Philip got interrupted, and I don't think it's right that you're not letting you let me speak. I think you need to let everybody else speak.
Okay, what we generally do, Ms. Bruno, is we go around and everyone gets a chance.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Now,
David
Mr.
said no first, and then he wanted to speak again.
And then I recognized you, and then Mr. Holmes now comes in.
So
All right.
I think everybody should be able to speak.
All right, everyone can speak. Everyone can speak, but everyone has spoken. At this point in time, okay, I don't see having an argument between Mr. Holmes and Mr. Hensley is a very good idea. So therefore, we have had board comments, and
No.
I challenge the ruling. I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Okay, all right, the chairs, because it was the ruling of the chair that it's now the chair's time for comments, and really the chair is probably not going to say much. But the ruling of the chair has been challenged, okay? All those wishing to overrule the chair and I guess then allow more board comments. So if you want to overrule the chair, raise your hand.
Wait, clarification.
If you want to overrule the chair and allow more board comments, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those who wish to sustain the chair. 1, 2, 3.
So there's
4.
no more board
The chair
comments.
is sustained.
So there's no more board
Okay,
comments.
so there's no further comments. Okay?
Then the meeting's
At this
adjourned.
point in time, the chair the chair simply gets to have his comment. And
No,
his
Mr.
comment
Chair,
is
you
that
just
there
said
is
that would no
a
way
new-
more
there-
board
that
comments.
there is a new school year, and we're looking forward to a great new school
Mr. Chair, you
year.
just said the ruling of the chair was no more board comments, and now you're making board comments.
That was from the other, okay, all right.
The question was, all those wishing to overrule the chair allow more board comments, raise your hand. Mr. Levy had not made his board comments yet, so. He said
Okay.
allow more board comments.
Okay, all right. Let me, okay, all right. This is a terrible way to end the meeting. And I'm sorry about that, but I think it's probably the best way to end the meeting. And just to say that we've got a new school year coming, and we're all looking forward to it, and we're all looking forward to, especially my granddaughter going into second grade, and I know that that all things are possible in a brand new school year. So we wish everyone, all of our teachers, all of our staff, all of our all the people who are in and around Moore County Schools, we wish them well for a productive new school year. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor, aye? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Board stand adjourned.